Radiant enchant's a lot better, yeah. Primary stat's always better than mastery. Agility is always king. Season 1 or otherwise. You're not always like finisher spamming the one global you get the mastery proc. And it's just not as flexible of all types of damage. And agility doesn't get affected by stat DRs. And generally they're just higher item level enchant with like a better ICD that lines up better. And mastery is actually kind of a debate. It doesn't scale as well as it looks on paper. Like, Calvish has talked about it a lot, but like T says 19% mastery, but it's actually like 12% damage with like the way that it scales. Do more damage with the other Mog. Triggered a fear yellow. I haven't played my warrior since I leveled it, so I keep like staring at my bars too much for what's lighting up. So I'm doing dumb stuff, but it's a good wake up to it. Forgot I changed my Zerker Rage Blind, so somehow I thought I didn't have it. Can you install Drippy? It's on. You gotta look for it though. It may or may not be under the music. We need to put Onslaught in a better spot to see it too. I had it on every time I play Rogue. It's been on all week. I think if you watch my beta gameplay of like high ranked, highest MMR possible, like tournament player rank 1 MMR shuffles for an entire month of the beta, the whole month before the expansion came out, if you just go back to my past broadcasts, then you can watch it there. But in there, it's not in the bottom left, it'll be above details. But yeah, then you can see actual real ranked games too. Yeah, the goal is just play every class, peekaboo spin the wheel mode. And stuff's not gonna line up from getting CC'd there. Wish I had rocket boots. You think the blue crown is better or the halo for this mod? Yeah, I intend on playing a lot of Feral, a lot of Warrior, a lot of Mage, maybe some Disc and Shadow, maybe some Lock, maybe some DH, just everything. Obviously, primarily 80+% Rogue, but the goal is just variety for my own sanity. So I have goals to hit. Figure if the game is just going to keep nerfing CC, I might as well actually play real PV specs too. Because they're more fun than ESA. Because at least you get to do stuff. I'm dueling someone, I didn't even realize. I don't have Odin's Fury as this build. So lost, so like trying to mess with my talents. Not ready. Not even gonna type. If he doesn't even realize I was AFK like the whole first like 5 globals. Trying to look at someone else's build and compare it to the build I stole from someone else, but I mean, I guess because they nerfed Odin's Fury, maybe that's why they're playing this build. I can't hand it in the honor quest. Are you like capped on honor or something maybe? Hey, let me hand it in, fine. I'm not sure. I would just try relogging. I mean, you don't even need to do that. That's already overkill. Like, just playing Arena natively, you'll already get multiple honor caps. Like, if you're just bored and you have no life and you want to play hundreds of hours of BGs because you're a streamer or something, then you can kind of honor cap a billion different alts, and then you can transfer the alts to your main to get, like, multiple sockets. Especially if you just buy the BUEs. Or you could stock up on the BUEs, I guess. The Vicious Gemstones. So that you won't need to buy them later. I mean, campaign needs to be done for a lot of things. World quests, a bunch of other stuff too. It's just worth doing it. It's literally just like 3 hours, you know? And then you just level the rest of the way with dungeons. It's not even that long. We did it. I guess I went in a little too much 1v5. That's because we're in a pre-made. And Alliance generally beats Horde unless the Horde has a pre-made. And it's not pre-made versus pre-made. It's nice to just see how the other half of the game lives, you know? Stare out, you know, just space out, hit whatever glows, just go full ADHD, accidentally do quadruple the damage you're meant to do. You know, it's great sometimes. Just relax a little bit. Every button just feels like you're pressing secret tech. Still not top damage though, somehow. I don't know how a Windwalker pumped this hard. He's pumping. What build is he playing? Just not enough people for me to kill. I guess I went D-stance a couple times. And I did die once. I guess that makes sense. Usually, yeah, unless you already have the markup. If it's like mid-game, and you're just like opening after getting like a re or something. Like if you already have the markup, you don't need to, but yeah. I never look at nameplate stuff. I think it's just clutter compared to just looking at Omnibar. Are you sure you're not just seeing big debuffs? Because I don't think I have cooldown tracking on the Omnibar. Unless something changed by default against my will, and I just never even noticed it. Oh yeah, I have the debuffs turned back on, I guess. Yeah, that's not debuffs. You just go into plates, Steve R. Or no, it's nameplate auras, so you just enable debuffs. Yeah, it's in my Discord. Just get the letters in the add-on import channel, and you just put it in the import tab, and you hit import. Class color and friendly frames. You just go to party frames, maybe. We're to thing in just the advanced settings, I think. Just get advanced interface options add-on. Type class color. Just turn it off here. Yeah, do I use this helmet? Or the halo? I'm actually kind of feeling the halo just because I can see it from the back. Even though it's not as creative. Flower helmets, it's like the Easter things, I think, every year. I don't think the Dragon Glyphs even do anything, do they? Like they did in Dragonflight, where it actually like buffed your flying. Personal bar? I just turned the personal bar off, so I don't know, man. I think it's just screen clutter that I don't need to see. That's what other frames are for, it's just redundant. And you just turn it off in personal resource display. I think there are settings for it in there somewhere. I think it's like in the debuffs or whatever, I think. Player auras. Alright, you can go to Better Bliss Place in personal bar. You can change stuff here. Yeah, I should be using the flasks. I need to buy more on this character. Apparently the noon 6 p.m. thing is spawning at 2 p.m. A reflect coil. I got it. This feels like a comp stomp. I mean, the goal is just play everything. Be more tournament flexible, understand the classes better. Have a little more fun variety, maybe be able to make more content out of it. Just go full peekaboo spin the wheel mode. We have them all just corralled like cattle. Big Blade Storm. Well, I felt like Swifty right there. I'm gonna die though. I was a little too greedy. I had to get my Beyblade on. Yeah, we're just doing some variety, you know? I could put Rogue Player in my title, but... I'm just saying my titles are on Rogue in it. But yeah, we're trying to multi-class a little more. The logic is... Sub Rogue is obviously going to be 80% of what I am. I love Sub, it's my favorite spec in the game. But I'm very expected for Blizzard to just gut Sub. And Asa is my least favorite spec in the game. I'd rather play any other class than play Asa. So, just get myself more tournament flexible. You know, it's in my own best interest. And boom. Can I have more fun, do some more variety shit? I mean, I'm going to mainly play Rogue, but I just don't enjoy Asa, so I'd rather just PV on any other spec if they got Sub. Doing good. I think you might just have some, like, add-on problems going on. You could try getting Bug Sack and Bug Grabber to just kind of see what's erroring out a lot. Could be a bad week or two. I shouldn't have killed that guy, I feel bad. I didn't realize that was a bomb. Oh, that's a far run back too. I still need to buy flasks. I guess I could dual box and mail them to myself. Why do you hate Asa? I just don't enjoy running around tab dotting as a wannabe melee affliction warlock who doesn't do any CC. And has to hold on to your burst CD the entire game waiting for Deathmark. Or for bleed dispels. It got a little less boring when it got like Kingsbane and 2 poisons and dance and stuff, but it's just one of the most least satisfying specs to me. It's not anything like involved fancy, you know. I can't run around like at most occasionally I'll get like a, oh, they triggered blind, that it was a bad to blind in the first place, because it removed my dots, and then I got to gouge their trinket into like an AoE Garrote. And then it's like, oh, I got to do something one time, you know, but it's like really rare you ever do anything. So it's like the least exciting, least interactive spec in the game. I like skill expression and making outplays and stuff, and I don't feel that at all on Asa. It's just, oh, I did good DPS. And it's like, if I'm gonna play a PvE spec, why not just play a different class that actually feels new and fresh to me? And, you know, does like... Especially one where I don't have to hold on to offensive CDs the whole game or something. It just doesn't feel like Rogue to me. It's like a betrayal of all of my effort. When I could just play an actual PV spec to PV. We got shit on this team fight. How much blade storm damage there because of intervening. So I got hit like twice. We got Coco. 2-month resub first of the day. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Starting us off. It actually says 2 for the day. Oh, I think I got an offline sub. This was Prito was 8 hours ago. Tried to reflect coil, didn't get it. Tried to charge the pet to intervene and like double get out, but I just got gripped. Should play Cataphase 2? I want to, yeah. Just depends on viewership and who I have to play with and what's going on with, like, you know. It'd be a lot easier to justify if there were more people playing it, if Blizzard just treated it better. Like if you just got rewards on retail for it or something, so people had more FOMO. And they just like took out more, like, you know, some of the barriers to entry with PV gear and like made legendaries not work. But I'll definitely play the end of the season, get rank 1, and then maybe gear up in Firelands. I don't know yet. Kind of just depends how my stream's doing, back and forth, you know, and just alternating with whatever has fresher content, whatever newer. I answered you earlier when you asked that. I said I haven't noticed it be that much worse than it was. I said it's probably a bad weak aura or a bad add-on. So you should try getting like, make sure everything's up to date, triple check, and then drivers and everything like that. And then you can maybe get Bug Grabber and Bug Sack, which combo together so that you can kind of troubleshoot. You can see which add-ons are giving you a bunch of errors. And whenever you're kind of done, you just right-click, wipe whatever you have, and then see what immediately rebugs out, you know? Scripted bots and cheaters. I mean, they're mostly Ellie shamans, yeah. More of the cheating is in Kata and Classic in general than it is on retail. And that's just the people that have like all the 0.1 shit and like. It was more of a Wrath thing than a Kata thing, but yeah, there's some people with some sketchy shit. It's not as rampant as people say, but. On retail, there's not that much to cheat outside of like the truly down bad PvE classes, just wanting like a rotation bot. Like all like the Ellie shamans and shit in Dragonflight. Are we not playing Rogue? I just want to play everything. I just needed some variety. I've done literally like 50 hours of BGs already and skirms because there's nothing to do for 2.5 weeks on Rogue. So I just need some variety or I'll lose my mind. I only got 2 war game shuffles in yesterday and that was it. That's the only and the beta's dead, so I can't just do shuffles on the beta. Like you can still log in, but no one's using it anymore. So and war games, even if I find some, they don't give you honor. And I want to honor gear as many characters as I can, or just get full sockets day one as a joke or something, but. That guy was so annoying. Regretting not being Gnome right now. Warriors get smashed. No, Warrior is literally the best class in the game. Except for Mage. The nerf did nothing to it. I have like 880s and I've capped like 4 of them. That's literally on Rogue, I would die in 1 global there. Like, yeah, my healers are insane in this pre-made, but like, I had like 6 people on me and I didn't even use defensives. And I wasn't even in D stance. This class is legit just God mode. I just go in like 1v20. Because I'm just too drunk with power. Well, 1v10. That was just the dragon hitting me for a million, yeah. PG's not going as hot actually though. Because we're all like on different res timers. I shouldn't just jump down with no healer. And to like split push better. Kind of been dead on CD this game because I just haven't been playing around my healer as well. I don't think I pressed impending at all either. Yeah, we also have a tank instead of 2 healers. That's probably actually why this is hard. Because they have 2 healers and we have 1. That makes way more sense. What a waste of a healer slot. I was wondering why I felt so dead. I'm like, I'm not gonna flame my healers. They're actually good. In a pre-made. We're actually gonna lose this, I think. gonna get this one before I get there. Feels bad, man. Got it. Feels bad. I didn't pop all my CDs for this Blade Storm. I should have. I died 10 times because we had one healer. I upgraded, but it doesn't matter. Only upgrade your honor gear if you are just gonna use it for world quests and shit. If you're just actually playing any part of the game that's not arena, and you're just capped out on the currency. If you're at 2,000 out of 2,000, and you only really play arena, but you still run around and you do world quests and shit, then you might as well just take the free item level for world quests, for quality of life. Because what else are you gonna spend the currency on? Besides just letting it stay 2,000 out of 2,000 forever. Not sure how I fell there, but okay. Class color is a better or not advanced interface option. CVAR change. Just type class color. I think it also could be in Better Blizz. I think it's just these. I don't know, I just have long hands. I do a lot of modifier binds, I guess. I have my binds list on my Discord. Well, I don't do a. You can do a multi modifier, but I don't do that in terms of like Alt X and Shift X at the same time. I think you can actually do that, but I don't do that. It's not needed. Yeah, you could do that. It's just ASX. But no, I wouldn't do that. I have like a couple control modifiers, like less than like 5. And then I have a couple alt, like less than 5, and then I probably have like 20 shift. And then I just have normal of everything 1 through 6, 1 through T, 1 through H, 1 through B, or Z through B, A through G. Well, no, I go to H too. And then a lot of modifier stuff, a lot of mouse stuff. Shift and alt mods of the mouse buttons and scroll wheel. All 3 mods of scroll wheel. And then got 3 healers versus 2 healers. It was really unfair. I have some mouse over things as like a backup to if party 1 or 2 can't be met. Like macro did the same thing. Like with tricks, it's like people I like's name, and then like party 1, 2 is a backup, and then it ends on like mouse over if like none of those are all met. Or I think I prio mouse over random party 1, 2, but I should just go to the safer zone. Ah, their whole team's over there too. That's not good. Get behind parry to disarm him on it. Didn't really need to, but I can hit him if he's disarmed without having to stay behind him. I think on my disc I use a lot of mouse over stuff, even though it's bad, just for like PvE, since I don't have like a target 4 or 5. So I'll just like mouse over renew and power word shield, so I can keep like playing aggro with atonement and stuff. I haven't figured out an elegant solution that I like yet. I guess stalling out this doesn't even matter. Because he has like 20 seconds to use all of his charges of Rapture. Normally that would be good to do, but kind of forgot they changed Rapture to like last a really long time. And it's just like the number of shields you do with it that matters. Honestly, him like just trying to 1v1 me forever is good. Because one healer is worth multiple DPS since there's no dampening in here. If I let him just waste his time, then their whole team has only one healer. And they just auto lose the game. Because it basically becomes like a 15 versus like, you know, 10. Or 15 versus 9, you know. Because his time is so much more valuable than mine. I should have just kept tunneling him forever. It would also make me number 1 on the scoreboard. Just getting like full uptime. But I just got off eventually. Got bored. Yeah, I wish they did a number crunch. I might honestly start playing with percents on. Just so I can pretend the numbers aren't there. And then if I get another, if I get classic floating combat text again, maybe I can just abbreviate things. No. That just takes out like the buffered auto. You could put that on like disarm and rupture, and that's all you need that for. Now target, last target, no harm. I put that shit on everything. That's Frank's red hot right there. So just like retarget a feign death. Once you have it on, everyone just thinks you're cheating, even though it's like literally just a macro. If you do like a syntax like this, target last target, no harm. If you have no target, you'll just retarget the hunter instantly. And you also need to put harm in the spell so that the spell doesn't try to acquire a target either. And it's in my macro list on the Discord. But yeah, that makes it really quick at like re-cheap shotting feign death. I don't have an opener command yet because it changes. I think Flop's gonna stop healing the BGs. This guy want a 1v1, he wants some smoke. Try to blade storm out the kidney, but I don't get it. But I'm like 84% shiv slowed. He's gonna get a re. Can't fear the boss to go mine, that's annoying. Not sure how that didn't hit, but okay. Do I have Shattering Throw as a spec? I don't. Okay. Wait, do I? I don't. Damn, this thing does not want to die. Didn't even give me credit. That's fucked up. You like in Warrior? It's a little too simple for my taste, but sometimes it's funny to just press what lights up. It feels very Frost Death Knighty. Like Fury seems so much more simple than Arms, even with Bladestar. Thought I had the 1v2 there, to be honest. But Mage does so much damage. Fear didn't hit the Mage? What face? So dead. I mean, it's just kind of the first thing I see. You're sure you have shitty timing. Sometimes I'm like focused on the gameplay and I'm not looking over at chat yet, and then you've already been drowned out by other shit because you kind of just don't time it. But no, I don't really need any bugs or anything. It's probably just Sepsis being bugged, right? Or you're talking about just sending your Vanish in between your Shadow Strikes. See the new buffs and nerfs coming? I think so. There's nothing to Rogue, right? Unless there's like a new. I just saw the Warrior nerf, and then before that it was the DH buff. But yeah, there's like the big enhancement changes. I don't think the Holy Priest Palm is enough. He was asking if I wanted to know how, as if he saw like some clickbait or something, but... God, I really wish I played Shattering Throw. I feel like everyone's always bubbled and bopped every time I target them. Feels so bad not having it. Yeah, so that's what Bugsack does or whatever. So what you need, that just tells you, it makes that noise when you get an error, Prita. And how you turn that off is you just go to mute. Or you could change the sound as well. But yeah, just go to the add-on settings for that. And then, yeah, you could just mute it. Yeah, I don't see any new changes. Okay. I'll go back to Rogue after this chest thing. We're just waiting on the socket thing because it spawns in 10 minutes. Exclamation point talents, that's the build. What makes Cast of Mistweaver so bad? I think their cooldowns aren't as good. Revival got a little bit nerfed. People can actually break Life Cocoon. And their just raw HPS is pretty bad actually. If you compare it to Dragon, and they don't do as much damage. Like their only strength is that Revival is still pretty good. That's like the main button that matters. And then Portal Stun can be annoying, but it's not that great. More scared of the mob than I am the monk. Actually, I'll just dual box. I'm gonna try to get this socket thing in 10 more minutes. Double check that it's not bugged. I've been trying at 12 and 6 p.m. Supposedly it spawns at 2 p.m. right now. So, let's see if we can get the socket thing to happen. Maybe I'll queue some skirms while I wait on it too. Wait, is Zara and Venom them finally doing the BG Blitz for the Warcraft thing? Wait, is Zara not streaming his pop? Oh, he is. Never mind. Can I not invite myself? Guess I'll get the ads out of the way now so it doesn't line up when I need it. No harm, no help to, so it won't do anything if you are already targeting an enemy. Is what the no harm does. It means don't target an enemy. And then no help means not targeting a friendly. Because otherwise, it'll be a little weird when you're dueling people with, and then like they go from a friendly to like, or they go from like being a friendly to an enemy. Yeah. Then it might like try to target the last target because you're not targeting an enemy yet. So yeah, you just do don't target enemy, don't target an ally, and then boom. If you're not targeting anything, it just targets last target. Like if I press cheap shot, it's kind of nice. So 3 spots they can spawn are here, up here, and you generally want to do this in a group. So that way you can cover all 3 spots and kind of know where it's gonna be. So these aren't it. The little airdrops. It's something that happens every 6 hours. I thought it was gonna be at like noon, 6 p.m., like those kind of times. But they said it dropped. Like the person in this group I was doing BGs with said it dropped 6 hours prior to what's gonna be in 5 minutes. So I guess it's 2 p.m., 8 p.m., which is weird. But yeah, we're trying to get a socket from this weird chest. We're gonna see how that goes. So we're gonna be waiting a couple minutes just to figure this out. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get a snack though real quick while I wait. Alright, we're back. So I can contest the PvP drop. Honestly, I hope not. Otherwise, I would just only be playing my 2 Alliance characters. Because everyone else in this setup is Alliance. I'm not going to steal it from everyone, so. I've just yet to see it ever spawn. And I want to see with my own eyes if it happens or not. I don't think it's contested, though. Is it not here? I haven't seen it spawn yet. It's that ringing. Okay, shit. That's like the hardest one to get to. Actually, can I fly just straight there? Shit. Need like Warlock summons for this. How did I guess wrong and 2 out of 3? Like the game just knows which one I go to. I have roughly 2 to 3 minutes to get there apparently. So yeah, if you guys want to try and you're somehow on the same layer, it's over here. I don't know if I can make it. Shit, I should have just hearthed. I thought I could fly over this wall. I think I'm better if I just give up on my main. And just focus on this one. I don't think I'm gonna make it. It's way too fucking far. Just annoying that it's like hard to like predict what zone it's gonna be. Because there's like no indicator on the map like minutes before it spawns. It's just like it's there or it's not there. I think I just give up on the main. There's no way I get there. Should have just hearthed. Going from the spider place just takes way too damn long. Like, spider has to be like the 3rd flex pick if you really want to make it. Because you just teleport there. Oh, I should have just taken the teleport to Donegal. Maybe. Hopefully I make it on this one. But it says unbound spoils on my map. And it despawns. Bro, I hate everything. Well, at least I finally saw the chest with my own eyes. So now I know it's on ringing, it spawns here. That's so fucking cooked, man. How am I wrong on 2 out of 3 characters? Like, I'm dual boxing. Just, it's randomly any of those 3 spots. It's somewhere over here, somewhere down here, or in the ringing. Good to know. Well, at least now I know it's also not at noon and 6 p.m. Now I know it's at 2 p.m., 8 p.m. I'll be back in 6 hours, I guess. Unless I can maybe get to a different layer. I wonder if I leave group, I can go to another layer where it might still be up. Copium. Supposedly it's every 6 hours. I don't know if maybe like server restarts affects kind of where it is in the cycle. Where can I find the new S Arena? I just got it on CurseForge. It's the one that's like S Arena updated 2 by Sammers or whatever. Alright, what time did it spawn? Two 48. Okay. Good to know. What is this arena? It's basically Gladius. Just an add-on for like seeing trinket timers and diminishing returns for CC. Well, now I can actually queue the game though, so. It spawned. I didn't get one though. You can check my VOD like 5 minutes ago. It was in ringing and I was here. I was camping the one up here and the one down here, and I just didn't fly there in time. I guess wrong on 2 out of 3. Everyone's been telling me it's 6 hours, and right now it's not at noon 6 p.m. I think it's like 2 p.m., 8 p.m. West Coast. And it spawned right here. But I didn't get it, because it like despawned right as I got there. I like saw the chest, and it disappeared in front of me as I was clicking it. PM server. Huge, 100 from Sheeners. I'm down. Discord me, we can set something up. I mean, I will take that. That's a huge number, though. Thank you so much, man. Huge dub. Makes you feel better about not getting the chest. Yeah, that's the first time I've seen it. I've been trying to find one of those chests for days. On my own. I haven't really tried to join a group like that and cover all 3 spots and have them tell me. Because I'm always just dual boxing and I guess wrong 2 out of 3. Every time. I don't know what the odds of that are. I'm like 0 for 4 on being on the right one on either character with 2 wows open. Like how am I that unlucky? I mean, normally you have like, I think 3 minutes to fly there though. It's just awkward flying from the spider spot. Oh, one time? Nope, never been dispelled before. Hey, thank you so much, Keeners. Actually insane. How you doing, Banner? Banny. Yeah, I'm always down to do some coaching. Especially, that's why I got that new little ad thing above my chat. As long as it's not like self-plays. If it's just like VOD review stuff, helping people set up UI, stuff like that. Like one-on-one stuff. I love my boy Hawes, but I gotta gank him for fun. I'd die on my other WoW. Yeah, I ran into a lot of other pre-mates when I was doing BGs the other day. I'm not gonna gank Hawes the second time. It's too rude. Gank this guy though. Delta Rhino would break. If Warlocks have like Charhound out, yeah. way too many lines here. So it spawned. I didn't get back in time though. I missed it by like 5 seconds. I gave up on flying on my main because you can't go over this wall. I would have had to go from all the way down here at the very bottom to like all the way up. Because I went this way at first. If I originally went just straight this way, I probably could have made it. But for some reason I thought I could go through here. But I couldn't. But yeah, it didn't spawn up here, and it didn't spawn down here. So I was dual boxing, and I was wrong on 2 out of 3 of the spots it could spawn. And then you have like a 3-minute window to get down there. And I just couldn't fly far enough. No, the war supplies just give you 150 honor. They're useless. I think they'll give you conquest when the season starts a little bit, but... It's actually called Unbound Spoils. But yeah, if you check my VOD at like 2:05, like 10 minutes ago, you'll see. But yeah, it either spawns up here, or down here, or like right here. And I think it's every 6 hours, but it's like I think it depends on like when a server has been restarted. So it's not like the normal Winter Grasp kind of hours. So like right now the cycle is like 2 p.m. and like 8 p.m. I think. I mean, I'm gonna check at 5 p.m. just to be sure, but it's not 3 hours. But that's the first time I've ever seen one, because I'd heard that they just don't even spawn anymore. I think it's just because people don't really know what hour it has been since the last one. Because if there's ever a server restart, it might no longer be 2.8. You know, it might randomly become like, you know, 1.7 or something. And it's kind of impossible to check 3 different zones every hour on the hour. But I think you're only supposed to be able to get 1 a week, I think, per character, I think so. But it'd be nice to get like the precog gem on my mage or something, or, you know, the damage reduction on my main for fun. Oh, maybe I actually can fly to these 2 zones. Oh no, this is still this part. Okay, never mind. I thought it was connected here too, but... blind, or is it like way higher up? Got way too much shit open. Class colors for people names. You can go into the CVAR browser of advanced interface options and turn it off, but why would you not like class colors? Feels better. Press enter, and then reload UI. And you have it off in Better Blizz over here. In plates too, not just frames. Like in both of them. Because they're two different add-ons. You triple checked it in literally both of them. And are you saying like just on friendly nameplates, or what are you trying to turn it off for? Literally all class colors, period. It might be the actual in-game search menu setting. It might be this. Or no, that's wrong. I guess that's another area you can check. Only above their name? For allies or enemies or both? Because, yeah, that would be a plates thing, not a frames thing. So it would probably be this. Or this. Oh, I didn't blades. I fucked this one up. He's gonna get the life swap off so I lose. I don't get the 1v2. I try to sap warrior. JK, I don't get it. That was just because I somehow didn't blades the opener even though I pressed it. That was weird. Kind of messed up my opener a lot. And did you reopen the game after changing those? Also, it might need to be set account-wide. So if you're going between multiple characters, go to CVAR and make sure you do force across all characters. On plates. You don't really need to do that with frames, but... I stole my mug. I mean, mine's a little more one-upped, but... Should I go Worgen? I have 10 seconds to decide what I want. Give me male undead. Male Worgen? That's kind of funny, but no, we're gonna keep pushing it. Nightborn? Nah, fuck that. Shit, I don't have time. Alright, we're Volpera. I still DFA? No, I'm just saying. Why is this guy playing Adapt, man? Guess I'll swap. Or that was one stack from done. Close enough. Oh, I did it. Where's my Enrager General stunned? Boston in threes. Warrior is still broken. Hunter is broken. Mage is still broken. Pretty much everything that was S tier is still S tier. Nerfs didn't really change much. Feral might pick a different build than it did, but Feral will still be really good too. I would say it's pretty much the exact same order. I don't think it moved. Iceland's got a pretty big nerf, but it's still way better than Arcane, I think. I think Arcane also got a nerf, even though it wasn't that great compared to Frost and Ellie and Hunter. Or Warlock and Shadow Priest, to be honest. Yeah, Fury is still God mode. It's hilarious. Every global just feels like you're pressing Secret Tech. And you're just immortal, and you just press your Enrager Gen wall while you're stunned. How's Asa? Asa's also S tier. Asa is really good. Asa build, honestly, I don't fucking know. I'll just copy it if I have to play it in a tournament. But I don't respect Asa enough to like care. I'll master it in a day if I need to. I would just go look at the top of the like Ceramade or check PvP, sort by Asarog, and just take anyone's random build. And you just run around, you tab grow to everything. It's my least respected spec in the game, so I don't really have a build for it because I'm not intending on playing it until there's like a gun to my head to play it for a tournament. But it's just boring. I don't consider it to be playing Rogue. I'd rather just PV on another class than play a PV Rogue spec. Gonna RPS heroes? Yeah. Oh, rather level in Classic? No, I don't like leveling in any type. That's why I like that leveling is so quick in Dragonflight. It's still it's too long in here too. 5 hours for 70 to 80 on your first character and 3 hours for an ult 70 to 80 is still too long. That's my take. My chat bot got you for links, but I still see the link. I clicked it. I got you. It's like a 1 second timeout, but I got it open. You sent me this, Zero? I mean, the daggers kind of go with the eyes. But you need more blue in here somehow. And maybe you just hide the belt. Not sure. It's a little too full setty. But I do like the synergy between the daggers and the eyes. You just need more blue elsewhere somehow. Yeah, I'll give it like a 7.5. Yeah. Can I restun this guy? Oh, he wasted all the rest of my DRs, that's why. We got X-Verse with the tier 1 as well. What is that, 3 for the day? And the dono. Huge dono earlier. I gotta put in the offline sub too. Is it worth upgrading the Forge Gear to blue? Not really. Unless you're literally capped on Valor Stones and you actually fly around and do world content. There's no point. It's just for like world quests and stuff. If you do any like the weekly content and stuff, it's just free item level for like non-arena. You can just play whatever spec you enjoy, man, for BGs. It's just unranked content, you know, you don't need to be competitive about it. If you like sub, play sub. If you like Asa, play Asa. I would say if you're gonna be trying to like ninja nodes and stuff, sub probably makes more sense, but if you intend on ever like trying to team fight, Asa is gonna do more damage. But in general, even as Asa, Rogue's not really a team fighting spec or class. You're kind of squishy on Asa. and you're not like a ranged DPS just padding the whole game. You kind of have to really overextend to like AoE people. Unless your whole team is really pushing with you and your healers are better than their healers. But I guess the AoE growths are insane too, to help your team push, so. They got in slow motion, waking me up with the 5 gifties. Okay, just everyone coming out of the woodwork. What is that, 8? Appreciate we're in this car and with. Hell yeah, I appreciate it. Hopefully September just keeps pumping. I'm excited. I just need the arena season to start. 10 days a week. I think you get a mount, that's it. It doesn't like give you any more like flying speed or anything. It's just, I have nothing else to do between queues. Sub does okay damage, it's just, you're not going to be anywhere near like the true PV pad classes. Like LEs and DKs and warriors and mages and locks and shadow priests, you know. And LEs, like, most in DH, like most of the roster of the game is going to outdamage you, but your CC can still carry games. I had this, oh, he's a tank. I had the warrior on my team do 6.5 mil. The resto shaman out damaged my warrior almost. Kind of that game. I don't know what happened there. Was it like just bugged? It had to be bugged. Or was he just letting me 2v3 or something? He said GG though, so I was for back GG. And I feel bad. I think it's just a gear thing. Probably just dinked. Fury Warrior though? I mean, I've been in love with my Fury Warrior. The damage is crazy. I was playing some Fury earlier. I was doing some BG pre-mades with Flop on it. He has no gear. Okay, that makes more sense. I looked at his rampage. It was like 100k, and I was like, there's no way he didn't ding like 10 minutes ago. That makes more sense. I just obliterated that man. Gold is vanish. Think you could double vanish out? Nah. You're not getting out of here. You think you would have learned on the first vanish that was in duel that he can't second vanish, but
How's this guy running, man? Oh, the rogue wants more. I have no dance charges, so it's possible for him. I don't know what Ascension does. Turned into a spider thing. Is that like some trinket? I gave him like 3,000 agility. Okay. Falls off my stacks. Guy types why? Why be a pussy? Rep Pally brain. Stand and fight me like a man while I bubble and bop and lay on hands myself. While ganking you with 0 CDs. So long, bubble boy. Probably dead here. This isn't the same Rhett as the one that starts with Z. Or Ziv. Is he still here? Slash tar Ziv. Nah, I don't see him. I wanted to gank the other Rhett. Oh, it's this one. I don't have CDs, so I'm gonna wait. Gotta make this guy rage. Everything's on the Discord. Wyatt, if you just do exclamation Discord. It's where the add-ons and keybinds and macros and everything are. Yeah, I think works better for sub rogue versus sub rogue. If you intend on playing any Night Elf or any SR Outlaw, play Night Elf though. sure why. Oh, that's unfortunate. This guy did 200k damage because he didn't know I was swapping. And he like sheeped the warrior when he was at like 2% instead of killing him. I almost had the 1v2, but... He pressed, he pressed 1 damage global the entire game. The fun that is unranked skirm content. Right, especially with talents. It links to a paste bin. I should probably just make a talents channel. I was like waiting till I get all my ults and stuff ready for it. Trigger the red even more by just taking an arena queue as he's about to gank me. I mean, the people I see in World PvP and Skirms are definitely worse than the bots in CompStomp. Usually. Oh, he whispered me again. Whispers me again. See, pussy. Oh, he's so fucking mad. It's great. That's also Omnivar. There's a guide on how to do it in my Discord at the top of the add-on import channel. It's just a combination of Omnivar and OmniCC. You gotta like make a new theme and then configure the theme how you want, and then you gotta make a new rule that points to the theme, and then you gotta find out what the Omnivar you're modifying is named as. Which, even if you rename them, they still have like a hidden number. So you gotta kind of figure out if it's like Omnivar 1 or 2 or whatever. Which you can do by typing /framestack and then mousing over it while it's active, but... Should have just gone SP. Oh no, I was gonna whisper him back, but he logged off. I hope you get good at some point and not rely on hiding. It's sad. But if that's the only thing you're good at, I guess, just sad. And I whisper him back. I took an arena queue to fight people with their keyboards plugged in. And he wasn't online anymore. And I made him rage log off. Feels bad, man. You just gotta get used to it. It's actually not that clunky. Outside of the singular focus breaking CC, if you have like, if you go a healer and then swap someone else and you get CC'd and can't switch your mark. That's like the only clunky moment, but it's pretty rare. The main thing you gotta get used to is just that, it's okay to just like fake open and let them peel you on air. Like it's only bad if you just like swifty macro everything into dance. Cause yeah, a lot of times you can just like soft open, strike, kidney strike, and not even like dance and just get peeled when you're not even committed on anything yet. And then you're on DR and it's great. Also just like making good use of the first dance and pre-med for like the goes that you don't have blades. So you can still like get 3 finishers off. For some reason it won't let me dance even though it's off CD. Sub P? I mean, I'm just smurving on people in unranked. It's gonna look like this with me on any class. When I do like high level games on the beta against like all tournament players, I'm always last on damage. Or if I do like war games right now, even with people that are under geared and I'm literally full bisque gear with like lucky world PvP pieces and like crafted greens and like all of the expensive enchants. And then I fight people that just have all basic honor gear, no enchants. Song names are right below the webcam, but you are correct. I made everyone give up on this world quest. Could Asa keep up? Asa does more damage than Sep. They're both S tier. I would say Fury is still the best warrior by a mile, like multiple expansions ahead, even after the nerf. And then Unholy DK is second. And then I think Feral is still third. And then I think it's Asa, then it's Sub, then it's DH. And then that's S tier. And then
Rhett and Windwalker are like A tier, and Survival's like B tier. And I don't know where Enhance is with the buffs. I don't even think the Enhance buffs are in, right? Is that on the 3rd? Frostbound and Holy, that's cap. But I guess I would put Frost in A or low S. Unholy is beyond broken. It's insane. What makes Survival so hard? Big Mix has a really good clip of it, but you can't like control your abilities. They just go all over the place. You just break CC constantly. Explosive Shot literally has a mind of its own. He has a clip where he like does his like bombs on a Warlock, and the Explosive Shot proc goes on a Feral completely on a whole other side of a pillar through LOS that's cycloned. Like all of your abilities literally just have a mind of their own. It's a fucking dumpster fire if you play Survival Hunter. And it's a break CC fest of a spec. And Marksman is just God mode. It's like one of the top 3 ranged. It's like the way you beat mages, because mages are super OP. Warrior beats every single thing in the game except for a mage. And then mage beats warrior, and then hunter beats mage. So if you play a warrior and a hunter together, you just win. Like KFC is going to be insane. So is just Thundercleave damping everyone, because Ellie is also batshit insane. I think it's easier to kill a dragon than it is a Windwalker, to be honest. I was going to sap and go the other guy, but it just sucks because they're so spread out. By the time I get here, the sap's over. This guy's turn. Swift the kite. He like sweeped into my evasion, so that's good for us. Sprint away from the fist. We just kill this guy really soon with blades. We'll just vanish to reset my blades, and then we just go in a sec. I'm waiting out the Thieves' Bargain. Actually, I'm just gonna kidney and stop him from healing. I normally would have tried to fit a Secret Tech in there if I had the tier set. This guy undergeared. It's just like murked him in feign death. JRX with a 20. Bro, that's insane.
20, here yo.
I was gonna make like a year joke, but then I was like, shit, I'm 30. Phil's WoW player, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's because I've been streaming. They're a hard duel for you? Yeah. Pretty much any, high ranked like DK or Feral or Hunter or Mage. Mage counters me really, really hard. Most classes, if they're actually like, not just unranked Smurf content. Like if I'm world PvPing or skirming, I should be able to like 1v4. Yeah, we're all getting there, man. There's very few WoW people that are young. I'm not even an OG, I'm just like a 3rd gen Pokemon. Like I got my first Glads and stuff in Kata. First rank ones on Mob. I was spamming sap there, but okay. That sucks, he's gonna live. Chilling. Very energy starved. We ran it back still. And my fingers definitely still got it, Mental sanity, maybe not. Reduces your energy. I feel like it's almost full. It's just how you use T and how you use symbols. You don't want to just like macro it into shit and like waste the energy regen. And it's just getting a lot of finishers off by having good uptime. In Better Blizz plates, I just go to Fade NPC and I add them in here. So it's High Lord, Darien, Morgraine, High Inquisitor, White Mane. You could just import my my settings on the Discord though. I might need to re-export it though from when I added the DK shit. Just to be sure. But I think I already did, but I'll re-upload it just to be sure. But it should be in the add-on imports channel. are just kiting me pretty well. I'm not getting nearly enough micro CC. Who knew? Feral Mage is a better comp than Rogue Warrior, huh? I could just solo this priest. Actually, is a better comp confirmed. JK, my warrior is getting soloed. Oh, he lives because he's a fury. I want to trigger this Nova so bad. Crazy, you just soloed the Feral earlier. I didn't even notice for a couple seconds. I'm gonna queue some 3s skirmishes, I guess, after this. Well, I'm gonna maybe non-rogue. Just because they want to play Alliance and we can't skirmish cross-faction. I could play my Night Elf rogue, but I think it'd be too dominant if I play my rogue. It's just Windwalker mobility is all for running away, not really for sticking on their target. And they're really cooldown tradey, and there's just too many defensives in the game that people can just press while stunned. And too many external save your teammate CDs. So anything that tries to like actually win usually gets punished pretty hard. Yeah, probably Asa Arcane, Asa Frost, or Subfrost. That's like A tier. It's not like unviable, but they're AFK for a second. Solo Q1 solo on my wear. Sub's really good at S tier. It's not as good as Warrior or Death Knight or Feral, but it's really good. I'd say Asta's better than Sub too. I would say play Orc if you are a diehard Sub purist or you have like 2 rogues. And it's just for Sub Rogue versus Sub Rogue. And then play Night Elf if you intend on playing any Asa or Outlaw. I prefer Night Elf. It's more fun having an actual keybind. And you can like outplay coils and, you know, storm bolts and stuff like that. But yeah, Orc's really good for Rogue v Rogue. And it's more damage, especially in Season 1. Because Orc doesn't get buffed throughout the expansion. Is Asa DK Fury tier? No. But it's still S tier. I mean, it's a little less top heavy than it was because it does a little less terrible of damage. But yeah, it's still only a couple people can make it work. Whereas Asa, like anyone can play it. Even though Asa's not really warrior, DK, feral level easy. But in general, it's just sub is way more viable, which is great. It's like it went from extinct to, you know, it's at least playable for those that want to play it instead of just not playable. Period. No matter who you are, unless your teammates just carry you and you get really good matchups. Asa harder than feral? I would say feral has a higher skill cap than Asa. It's a lot of like getting precog and faking clones and stuff like that. DH is S tier. They gaslight super hard, but their damage is insane. And they're pretty immortal still. Yeah, Fury is still God mode. Got a tank or something? Yeah, he is. Okay. God damn. Is this you, Sick? Or are you just feeling bad for this warlock already? Yeah, it's like shift. Dead. I didn't really get any globals left that entire game.
Rogue, you killed him easily? I mean, that's just because I can be in stealth to get the opener. To, like, start on top of them, but, yeah. I mean, as long as I connect, like, one global. Obviously, Warrior is weird in double DPS 2s. If I get peeled by a Rogue. My guy didn't really stun either of them for me at the good time. So I locked his wall aggro and killed us. Because the Rogue didn't really hit either of them. So I didn't really get to hit either of them. Or triple DPS because he queued his DPS. Nice. If I don't need disarm, what do I actually pick? Nothing apparently. Turns out we need a healer. Lived longer 1v3. No, I have blades, everything but T, and then I have symbols and T combined separately. Skip song, but I can't. Alright, we're chilling. Guess I could have reflected. I thought I would get the charge kick off in time. Going through life swap.
Sucks that I don't have Shattering Throw. I got Talek, skipped and went over to Yi, man. Thank you so much, man. Unholy is God mode and so is Fury. Fury and Unholy are the best 2 melee by a mile. It's not even close. Fury didn't really get a nerf at all. It's still the best melee. And then Feral's probably 3rd place. Like this coil. Stormed the hell out of him. Oh, he rage took a Q. I killed this guy before I take the Q. Somehow my charge shockwave didn't connect. Okay. Marksman is like top 3 range. I mean, that's just you comparing like Calvish or like Waz to like a random duelist player. If you think Sub is actually that much better than Fury, it's not even remotely close. Like a Fury or a DK should be like 100 million more in a lobby than a Subrug. And if everyone has a brain and they just properly play Orc and they like properly spread out and like don't overlap trinkets and stuff, your win con's pretty small. The difference is like Fury and DK are like the majority of the ladder. There's only going to be like 3 or 4 Subrogues. Way it is. I might be dead here. Nah, we're chilling. They'll just die, I guess. I don't know. Here when the angel form ends in a couple more seconds. This is the longest angel form ever. It's like 30 seconds long. Oh, it's because he's died actually. Okay, never mind. That makes more sense. It's just they all need to be hard. That was kind of scary actually. It's the first time I almost died on this spec. We got J-Rex gifted 5. Already taped you up, so I gotta put times 6. Just dyslexic. Like I thought I just missed typing you from the first time. Windwalker is asleep right now. Windwalker is like A tier. The damage is not bad, but it doesn't have enough infinite mobility for holding W at someone. All of its mobility is for running away, not chasing on someone. And people just always have like defensives for your one shot. DH is definitely better than Windwalker, so is Warrior, DK, and Rogue and Feral. Top 3 range. Frost Mage still, even with the nerf. And then Ellie Shaman, and then Marksman. And then it's probably Affliction, then probably Shadow Priest. But obviously it's more about comps than it is individual specs. Like SP is pretty much only going to play God Comp and Shadow Play.
Maybe Rogue Shadow Priest might be fun, but it'll just lose to Warriors. That's why God Comp will be okay, because like the mage will help the SP deal with Warrior. Warrior always counters SP. Arcane's top 5? I think maybe the bottom of top 5. Rogue strong. I think Asta and Sub are both like low S, yeah. I said I would like play the beginning of it. Just because, you know, it's new. But I still prefer Kata class design. But Kata is really dead right now, so I don't really have a choice. People only seem to play the beginning and end of a season. Like the last like month I played the beta because I just had nothing to do on Kata. Because people just weren't on, or I would just fight the same 2 Thug Cleave and Jungle Cleaves every single game that snipe, and that's it. There was just no variety. Because people just wait for the end of the season to play. I pressed reflect there. That's bad enough. We're just dead here. He's off hypo in 3, but yeah. I prefer that Kata you actually play the game around CC. This still feels like 70% the same as Dragonflight. It's just there's more quality of life. Because sockets aren't time gated. You can just farm them with honor. And there's no weekly vault, so you can cap characters way faster. Like you don't have to play like multiple hours of queues per character per week. You could just kind of like play literally a handful of games on an ult. Or just leave it to catch up weeks later. Like ults are way less of a headache. Oh, taking the Q DC'd me, F. But yeah, it's they pruned a couple of abilities and merged them together, added more pets, nerfed CC even more, but then made the quality of life a little easier. Like leveling is ridiculously fast. Your first character, including the campaign, that doesn't even get you to max level. You finish the campaign at like level 76 if you tunnel it. Takes you like 5-6 hours, and then your ults take you like 2 to 3 hours. Very, very fast. It just sucks because there's 2.5 weeks of downtime until the season starts. And Kata's dead. And there's just like not much to do. I literally have leveled 8 characters to max level. And I've honor capped 4 of them already. For every character you have max level up to 5, you get 5% more XP. So if you have 5 level 80s, you get 25% more XP. And you don't have to do the campaign on your ults. So you can just spam dungeons, which are way faster than quests. It's starting to slow down a little bit though, because now it's not like the beginning launch of the expansion where you had like a 2-minute DPS queue. Now you kind of get an 8 to 10 minute DPS queue. So spamming dungeons is probably a little slower than it used to be honest. But so now it might be like a 4-hour, but because you just sit more queues. But I mean, at the same time, you might also have like blue rested XP now if you like log on every character and get the blue XP. I mean, you can get all the honor for sockets, but like sockets are like a 2% difference, and you're gonna get them by just playing arena. Like you don't need to like honor cap 8 characters to get sockets day 1 on your main. It does not really matter, especially because you're just gonna be socketing honor gear that you're gonna replace with conquest gear anyway. And then by the time you have the conquest gear, you'll be so overcapped on honor multiple times that you'll have all the sockets in your bag anyway. It's just literally because people are bored and they have nothing to do for 2.5 weeks of streaming. So they're like, I guess I'm just gonna, try to farm all this sweaty stuff for no reason. Nah, you just cap honor in like a couple hours and you're done. Literally. You don't really need to pre-farm sockets. I did see that you can get like a honor crafted piece though, so you might actually be able to use your first spark on like an honor craft and then recraft it later. I just triggered it up fear when I could have just Zerker Raged it. XD. Yeah, symbols and T, but I also have them bound, like symbols bound separately without T, obviously. Probably was not worth it. I didn't even go AoE Zerker shout for this, I should have. Honestly, I haven't looked into farming that mount at all, so I'm not sure. That mining node just despawned right when I got there. Esper's partner is new. I mean, I'm new. My bad, though. No, it's Paimon. Paypace. He's like a classic player. He's who I played the Cataclysm tournament with. Him and Majordan. He's always doing like the drinking streams where he's just dancing like blackout while he's just blasting music. I did my blinds for it. I just gotta level it. Because I haven't been doing leveling on stream anymore. I already leveled 8 characters, you know. So, but I still gotta farm so many more honor caps. It's ridiculous. I shouldn't have lined him. Closer though. Maybe it's not Boomy. Maybe it's just healer. Professions don't really matter. Because, like, if you get crafted gear, you don't need professions. You can just, like, talk to an NPC and have other people craft the gear for you. Try to reflect coil. Didn't get it. We're just doing scrims right now. I wanted to do some shuffles with Flop, but Paimon hasn't been playing retail enough. He didn't want to. Because he doesn't feel like he's ready yet to just get thrown in the deep end. But I mean, that's how you're supposed to learn, so. I would have liked to do some shifts. Balance it out by being on my war, you know, so everyone's just Fiesta. Yeah, you could do war games. It helps if you get the war game helper add-on and you just send a war game shuffle to another group. If you want to organize your own shuffles, that's how you do it. Trying to intervene my healer to get there, but I'm just 80% slowed. How do you X for honor from Warband? So you have to be on the character that you want honor on. You go to currency, you click on honor, and you hit transfer, and then you select what character you want to steal honor from. But yeah, you can't send it from your main to an alt while on your main. You have to like log on your alt and then like take the honor from your main. And if you're dual boxing, you have to be offline on the other account. You can't be online both at the same time. If you're still here, Divide. I think I'm just dead because they let us sleep. Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't as close. I'll just go booming more. Nah, I'm playing with Matriden. It's not Aiden.
I mean, Fury and Arms are the same, almost, to me, honestly. Like Fury better? I mean, I haven't even set up my bars for Arms. It's just Fury's a better spec, and they both do the same thing. You run around, you just mash buttons, and you Blade Storm and intervene and stun stuff. Tried to fear the DH and he accidentally meted it. Give him precog, feels Badman. Overlap, intervene with block. I've intervened in like 8. That sucks. I was trying to Blade Storm the knock before it hit me. It still like sent me airborne. I think we just lose off that because I needed all that damage. Maybe I just log on road for this team because they're like an okay pre-made. I thought we would just be stomping skirms, but problem is just it's just R Druid versus Dragon. This Dragon just really hard counters R Druid. I have an add-ons command, but how do you fix UI without being in arena? What do you mean? That's too vague of a question. What do you mean by fix UI? Some add-ons have like toggle test mode things, some don't. Sometimes it's just trial and error, fixing a couple things until you get it how you want it. Depends on the add-on you're working on. Most of my stuff I have import stuff for. Either in the Discord or in the WAG.io add-on pack or my save variable, or I have everything on the Discord for the most part. I have import for my edit mode as well on there.
Should just fear this trinket. Just keep triggering fears. I don't like. That's like the hardest part about Warrior so far. I just need a better bind for Berserker Rage, I think. I just muscle memory instinctually just want to go full Zug. Last time I played Warrior was like Shadowlands Venthyr. I'm playing really bad, but I'm still doing top damp. I don't think the nerfs are in yet, are they? For Warrior? 'Cause honestly, I haven't felt them at all. Yeah, it says incoming to third. Okay, so yeah. But I don't think them just nerfing Thunderous Roar by 15%. And I'm not even playing Odin in this build. So yeah, it's literally only Thunderous Roar. Yeah, that changes literally nothing. Yeah, Fury is still God mode. I mean, normally I play the build with Odin, but I don't even know what I would drop Foreshadowing Throw to go with, though. I guess this whirling thing. Yeah, I don't even have a bind for Shattering. And I guess I can make it Shift X. Could have reflected that. I thought it was on my mage. Just got baited on that because my focus fear didn't work. I had to target and do a manual fear. Otherwise there would have been no gap with the stun. I need to fix that after this game. Shouldn't have Blade Stormed here without popping my CDs first.
I think I still just kill here. I have the most damage. I'm doing good base. Why is he playing warrior? I'm just multi-classing everything. Improving my understanding for playing against the shit that's truly broken and reminding people that rogue isn't as OP as I make it look. I'm completely lost on this class. I'm triggering Fierce Strike and Circle Rage and shit, and I'm still just destroying everything. Sub under tier right now? No, it's like S tier, but everyone acts like it's just God mode when the reality is like 3 or 4 people will be able to make it work. It's not as broken as like putting a warrior or DK in any comp. But yeah, RMP will be insane because mages are the best class in the game right now. Yeah. Only thing a mage can lose to is a hunter. And then warrior beats everything else in the game that's not a mage. We got Olo with the sub. Thank you so much, man. When I said 16, back at the 300 mark. Hell yeah. Our bounce druids, they're like 8 tier for the banger slot. I'll take it. Steve Vide does pump. Biggest abyss you've hit so far, like 1.4 mil. That's with like Symbolic, Finality, Darkest Night, Weapon Enchant proc, on a Clothy with no Versa. That's like undergeared. But, and like some other external teammate modifiers, like the Shaman Mastery buff and like a few other things, but it's not realistic. Usually it's like a 900k stars aligned sometimes, if people know what they're doing and they're playing tankier classes. Okay, they nerfed the Feral Bite by like half, but then they buffed their bleeds. So I don't think we're going to see the 4 million bites that we saw in beta. You might be trying to put plates into frames and frames into plates, vice versa. Or somehow you copy and pasted it twice. And you didn't, like, you know, preemptively wipe the previous thing you tried to copy and paste.
Or your version of the add-on is really, really out of date or something, maybe. I would lean it on probably just that you copy and pasted it twice or something. You gotta like fully clean it out before you do it. Nah, Gormon's terrible. All the Covenant abilities aren't that great. Kyrian is the least terrible Covenant ability. I mean, actually Sepsis is the only like good Covenant button, but yeah. I guess Legion technically is a artifact ability. I wouldn't call it a Covenant ability, but you can't afford it. If you play Kyrian, Rotten is too important, and then if you play T, then Second Point of Finality and Dark Brew are too important. Shadow Priests are like low S. I don't think they're as good as Frost Mages, Ellie Shamans, Marksman Hunters, or Affliction Warlocks. Then they get countered by Warrior, which is probably the most popular class. But they're really good if you have like a non-warrior lobby or something, and like, or you have like a mage setting you up or something, and countering the warrior for you. Shadow play probably won't do that bad either. Like if it's just a wizard pad off, their damage is great. It sucks that they like neutered MD, but Arms is like, I can't tell if it's just people gaslighting because of how broken Fury is. The few times I fought it, it still did significantly more damage than me on sub. And it still felt really annoying at peeling me. It's just Fury is that broken, so it's kind of hard to compare it. But I'd probably put Arms in like A tier. It's probably still better than Windwalker. Yeah, HP is crazy. It's like Legion again.
Red already like rage left the game earlier. It's fine. You just like track your Deathstalker stacks, and you just run around, you keep up Rupture, and you do good micro CC. And you pretty much are only scary with blades. Try not to waste your T on like random non like Deathstalker just because you're doing a fake go kind of thing. Dude, I can't slow this guy at all. It's crazy. Yeah, DH is like low S, top 5 melee. GG has the mage last game. GG, man. The thing with Symbolic is it's only good if you exploit a bug. 99% of the time, Lingering is better. Even if you exploit the bug, Lingering is still better. And the bug is that Symbolic is supposed to proc from Shiv if you're Asa, and then if you're Sub, it's supposed to proc from Symbols of Death. And for whatever reason, if you're Sub, you can Shiv and it'll still proc. So you can proc it with Symbols and you can proc it with Shiv. But even if you do that to do double Symbolic, it's still probably worse than Lingering. Because you just lose so much of like the secret after on like the second go, and you lose so much Rupture Pad. And you lose just so much random hero talent damage on like Hunt Them Down and a few other things. Even though it says 0, it still works. The way you test it is you just go mouse over your Gorma, even if you're not playing it. Like you could just mouse over the tooltip in your talent window, and it'll show that it goes up. But yeah, it's working. How you doing, Didi? But yeah, the problem with like Symbolic, if it wasn't bugged, is that if you're using your symbols at the right time, it's going to be consumed by the first Abyss where you haven't stacked up Macabre and don't have Finality. And don't have Darkest Night. Unless you want to just not symbols the first Abyss and first Secret Tech, which is like terrible. So like it just doesn't line up that well. Unless it's like a mid-game Vanish go where you like kind of double symbols to the go.
There seems to be way more Alliance. Like, BG queues are like 10 minutes on Alliance and like a minute on Horde. And Alliance usually wins unless there's a pre-made. So, if you play Horde, you get 50% more honor in BGs. But if you're Alliance and you talk to the NPC to queue as Horde from Alliance, you don't get that honor bonus. Even though you have the lower win rate. So it's not good to like solo queue Horde as Alliance. Unless you're like queuing Horde as a whole pre-made on Alliance. Just to get quicker queues. Yeah, I'm playing everything. I have 8 max levels already. I've just played so many hours of skirms in Battlegrounds on Rogue that I wanted some variety today. Maybe I'll play some Feral tomorrow. I still played a lot of Rogue today too, though. I'm just playing everything for variety's sake. I mean, mine looks fine. I'm just using S Arena 2 updated by Sammers or whatever, and I'm using the Zaryu layout. It's pretty disgusting. You just press whatever lights up and you accidentally do top damage every game. And they're barely nerfing it at all. Because there's builds that don't even play Odin. AoE Zerker shot my healer out of that. They gave some other buffs. Like that's an overall a big buff to enhance. I still don't think it'll like be S tier from it though. It'll probably still be like B or A. Because their healing is good. And, I mean, they didn't fix their main issue, right? They're still like not mobile. And I don't think they have Mortal Strike, right? As what class? As Rogue? Hunters are really immortal. Don't try to kill them that much unless they waste rare sacrifice and you're swapping around on multiple targets. Just make sure you peel True Shot with like Disarm and Gouge and Stun and just be annoying to them. Do good micro CC, swap around. The quality of life is higher with all the like account-wide stuff and how much quicker it is to level. And the easier ability to transfer honor between all your characters and honor just being more valuable. and like sockets not being time gated and capping ults quicker and not having a weekly vault. Fury is literally the best melee by far. It's like multiple expansions ahead, even after the nerfs. It's getting a really tiny nerf to just Thunderous Roar and Odin's on Tuesday, but that's it. But there's builds that don't even play Odin's, so like, yeah, it'll be God mode still. Guess I'll just intervene and then field. I'm dead. I'm bad. I had Rally and Rage and everything. I just didn't think I would take damage. It's bad. That's the first time I've died. It was just Shield of Vengeance at the same time as Explosive Shot, and I just was in battle. I was just like, I'm gonna press Thunderous Roar and then Blade Storm, and they're gonna both die and have to bubble. And then I just died. But I could just press and Rage Regen while stunned there and be completely fine. I just died 100-0. I think Vault's just a PvE thing, and we just get more Conquest points. And it's not tied to sockets anymore, because you can get sockets with Honor. It might be a little more than 2 to 3, it's just a really small amount of secondary stats. I know in Shadowlands it was considered to be 10 item level a socket. I'm still accidentally disarmed, but yeah, it's fine. What's funny is I've seen Warriors complaining like the nerf is not gonna make it viable. But in reality, nerfing this by 15%, it's only a couple 100k damage. That's it. That's the nerf. But I guess if you play an Odin build, it's a little more that they're both getting nerfed. But there's just builds where you don't even need it. Literally just feels like I'm pressing Seeker Tech every global. Or at least Eviscerate every global. It's like perma Shadow Blades to play this class. With like double the self-healing too. Nah, I hated Corruption. That's the worst. BFA was the worst of the game's ever been. Even worse than TBC. It was the most RNG. PvE gear was the most viable, even more than like Wrath and stuff. And then on top of that, the game was just buggy with the PvP item level stat scaling, where it was actually sometimes better to be undergeared. And then on top of that, the balancing was just atrocious. And it was just Michael Bay, AoE gear explosions, and Pally's bubbling twice in a row, and like hodging out of their hodge, and Azerite was some of the dumbest shit ever. Literally, Asarogue, 40% of your damage was just a passive bleed that procced from auto attacking. And that's not even counting auto attack damage. Like, over half the damage you did was just a passive Azerite proc, or corruption proc. And then there was the stupid corruption trinket, where you would just, you know, triple spite someone in a sap or something, and then they would just get haunted by demons and explode. It was just the stupidest thing the game's ever had. Oh yeah, that didn't even get me started on GPI spam. Or the illegal things that Chanimal was doing. And I don't mean that in like an actual illegal, I meant like just how disgusting his class and gameplay were. I didn't reflect that because I'm bad. I was laughing. Yeah, BFA is the worst the game's ever been by a mile. For PvP at least. Faked my reflect. I'm gonna get cloned really soon. Try to eat the trap, couldn't get it. I kind of wasted my intervene trying to eat the trap. Should have just saved it for mage defensively. I think my Druid's dead here because I wasted intervene. Try to get the triple shockwave. I only got double. We get a sheep with it though. Get this kill here, I think. Oh, I tried to reflect that clone. I'm gonna get cloned now. Guess I try to fear the rat before I get feared. Rat trinkets. Just let him in the orb to swap, I guess. Walls. Sucks. I popped Wrecking Ball or whatever into that. Rage regen all this damage I intervened. Actually, I didn't get that much with it. I think we're dead here. Throwing him soon if I don't kill. Black clone. I have to intervene in 1 second. Rally him too. Hey, we shockwave everything. Trap bops. Maybe hit the druid a couple globals. He's skinned. I'll fear when the trank gets over. We could just kill red, I think, here. I've been in D stance way too long. I missed the shockwave by like 1 yard. Really awkward. We're just completely in if we don't do anything here. I think we kill though. Never mind, he Word of Gloried himself. They're at 10% mana, but we're literally at like 0. Trying to fake my reflect, but I'm not falling for it. I'm dying through D-stance and Enrage Gen. They're killing him now. Trying to intervene, but I'm just not in range. Clear the DPS. Pop all my buttons, but I'm just dead this global. It's less on mana. I could have done way more damage though. I was like last on damn because I just sat D-stance way too long. And my uptime was kind of low. I was like peeling way too much. Just need a pump. Any good off-heal DPS? I mean, most of the DPS have really good healing. If you want to literally, like, off-heal your healer the whole game in that kind of style, I guess it would be like Ellie or Enhance, but Enhance isn't that great. They have some of the most healing, though. I think Ret healing is okay, too, but not that great. I think last game, let's see how much Word of Glory did. Yeah, we out-healed the Ret. He did some of the least healing. It was just all Shield of Vengeance spam. I was spamming Blade Storm for that, feels bad. Intervene all this. He DC'd, feels bad. Rally, but I got nothing else to peel. I already intervened. Yeah, he's dead. I can get my impending off. I don't think I would have killed though. When the next AWC is? Well, I mean, considering we're still forever until the season starts. I don't think AWC's anytime soon. Still got a week and a half until the season even starts, and then AWC is probably like a month into the expansion.
Oh. It's just funny because it takes 5 hours to level your first character, and your ults it takes like 2 to 3 hours to level, maybe 4 now with the dungeon queues, like 2 to 4 hours. And the honor grind only takes a couple hours. Like even if you literally could only play like 5 hours a week over the weekend, you probably already have a max level with full gear. And that they still take 2.5 weeks to like let the game start. Like most people are just gonna be so burnt out before the game even comes out. Like it for how quick leveling is and how quality of life everything is AoE, they really should have just did 1 week. Because there's catch-up mechanics for everything anyway. Even if you're behind, you know. It's not like you don't just get multiple sparks or, you know, multiple conquest cap and all that. It's more than PvP. It's, you know, it's literally only like the world first raider people that are like, I need to do 700 delves and get, you know, 25 renown for world first. Like those are the only people that it affects. Like the game should just come out because the game starts when the season starts. So it's really weird just being in limbo for 2.5 weeks so people can prepare for world first. Like they're not the entire game. Now there's like no content you can do. And then what's funny is people still gatekeep like heroic dungeons that you can borderline solo. It's like gatekeeping Karazhan in TVC. It's crazy. There's just no excuse to have this much downtime when it's like this quality of life. Like if it was like some vanilla, you know, TBC through like Wrath style leveling where like each level took you 10 hours or something and it took you multiple days to level a single character, sure. Give people a month even. So like the sweaty nerds could have 1 ult. But when everyone just has like 8 characters from, you know, just playing a couple hours a day, like shouldn't have to wait 2.5 weeks for the game to come out. Because it doesn't really feel like the game's out right now. Unless you like just farming, you know, side quests and farming transmogs and stuff. Guy took a Q, I think. Or no, he's just lagging. I didn't even pop my CDs on that guy. Crazy as this would be so hard to solo on Rogue. It's like one of the 40 million HP rares. Even if I like kited it out, bandaged, had health pots randomly. But with Warrior, I'm just literally at 100% HP the entire game, just self-healing. Tanking it and a player. I still get the guy too. Oh, he's so pissed. Oh, I almost lived too. This is literally just God mode. Like, actually. It's okay, they nerfed Thunderous Roar by 15%. The class is gonna go extinct, man. I'm gonna lose a couple 100k damage on this. Oh no. Trickster is terrible. I don't like Curian builds. I don't like that Nimble Flurry breaks CC. I don't like that it energy starves you. I don't like that you have to rush secret early in the combo. I also don't like that you gap your stuns sometimes because coup de grace like literally CCs yourself. It's just not realistic against like good players. Unless you're just smurfing or like world PvPing or something and skirmishing and stuff. But there's a reason for like high level war games and like shuffle lobbies and stuff. Me, Waz, and Calvish pretty much all play the same Sepsis, normal, T, Deathstalker build. Because that's just the gold standard of what's not clunky as hell. That's annoying. My intervene doesn't work because he randomly went boomkin. I was trying to cast it at healer. Got turtle. Probably dead on this stun. Second wind heals you a decent bit, so does all your buttons. Not only is he boomy, all of his binds fucked up too from disconnecting. So we almost 2v3'd that with him being DPS instead of healer and also having wrong key binds. That's kind of funny. But I mean, I guess that's the only BM hunter I've ever seen, so. BM 100% win rate? Nerf? Fuck it. Guy interrupted my okay, dude. He just wants to die. I reflected his Hajj. I think I'm still dead though, because it's 3v1. You lay on hands at a 3v1? Pussy. I'm bringing out my inner that rep pally earlier from World PvP. Take the Q. He might die because my rally's gonna fall. Stormbolt kill this guy in one.
I think DH is a little under the radar. Their damage is really good.
Oh, what a game! Gosh, man, these are some of the best games ever. Oh! Oh, what a game!
How you doing, Mac? DH Boomy? DH Boomy's good. It's a good comp. I don't know if I would put Boomy there. I think it's a good comp, but I don't know if Boomy's there outside of that comp. Like, Boomy's A tier, but DH Boomy is an S tier comp for sure. And that's mostly just because DH is more sleeper than it should be. Or than what people give it credit for. Like, I don't think it's, like, Warrior DK good. But I think it getting buffed and then Feral getting nerfed puts it really close to where Rogue and Feral are. It's definitely S. The damage is pretty nuts. I could do this too. I broke the sheep, I'm bad. I'm in Arizona.
About to play in Warrior. It's a nice little variety for sure. Just playing everything.
I wonder if double intervene could be better than 3% more. I think the Thunderous Roar is really important though, right? The 5% more damn. I don't know if that's worth needing 2 intervenes. I mean, yeah, you just run around and you press whatever lights up. And every global is basically blades. It's pretty stupid.
I'm dead. I was too greedy. Still tree form for a bit, but I have disarm in 5 if I live.
I need to fix my focus charge. Also, just dragons are terrifying with the rest of Druid. We just get purged on every hot, Klepto style. I mean, it's more just stupid too that it's when you compare Fury to Arms is that you can just press in Rage Regen while you're stunned. So that takes like half the outplay out of the game. If you just get stunned, no trinket, and you're fine anyway. Mage didn't taking a break though. The only reason I kind of started playing some Warrior today just is because I wanted to do some mining. Make some extra gold. But I spent a lot on enchants. Enchanting my Warrior and second Rogue. Fury is a lot better than Arms. Arms isn't that unviable though. I guess we're playing some of Bean. Anger management. Oh no, I kind of like this more. The other build I was playing with Odin did that though. But they're nerfing Odin, so.
Thought I had heroic leap still, but apparently not.
Thanks, Nash, for always being informative.
We got Anomaly with the $10. Thank you so much, man. That's what I'm here for. Appreciate the dono. What is it, 2 donos for the day? Yeah, and some subs. We're pumping. Try to leap kick that. I don't get it. I have 2 D curses and I still trinket. Because I am the biggest smork. Me and Bean are just bonking this guy. Okay. I have 2 D curses? Nah. Actually, I don't even know if Bean's probably playing it. Or is it baseline now? Nah, he's not playing it. Okay. I have 1 D curse. Yeah, it's kind of hard for Feral to always take it. Fury is much better than Arms. It's not even close. Arms is still like A tier though, I think. People are gaslighting on it. Maybe even low S. I don't know if I'd put it above DH. Or Rogue or Feral. And then obviously DK and Fury are the best 2, but by a million miles, but... I thought the bombs ended because I mined the node. Okay, I wanted to go skin. Rude. Fucked up. How you doing, CVS? As is the legit lobotomy spec. Yeah, it's my least favorite spec in the game. And it's probably better than Sup. I just don't enjoy it. I'd rather play a different class than play Asa. Because at least other classes can peel and like play aggro and actually CC still. Like most melee have stuns. Like DH has multiple stuns, Warrior has multiple stuns. Windwalker, you run around doing some stuff. Asarug, you just run around and you peel and you just tab dot everything and you don't really do anything. Occasionally you can like gouge someone's trinket on blind into like an AoE Garrote, but like it's very rare you play the game. God forbid you also queue into like bleed dispels and you just can't press death mark the entire game. It's like really, really boring. Even if it's S tier, it's stupid. Like just praying the enemy team stacks up and just mashing Fan and Knives and Crimson Tempest, and that's your whole class or whole spec. Like it feels so bad to press Mutilator and Venom, no matter what build you play. It's just too feast or famine, and it's just boring. I don't know why I just waited on circling that. I don't have any Berserker shot for that, so I actually did have to trigger this one.
I mean, Fatebound's also my least favorite hero talent tree because it's just RNG, and I don't like RNG. I mean, there's ways to kind of control it, but... And then Trickster is also just insanely clunky because you CC yourself. Is that not the right code? Probably, I mean, Frost Mage is by far the best ranged right now. And then it's probably Ellie Shaman, and then it's probably Marksman Hunter. And then it's probably Affliction Lock or Shadow Priest, but... Lock did wall aggro there, so... I rallied and D-stance this, should be okay. Kill the dump totem. Warlock solo's bean, unlucky. I guess I just needed to train him more. The lock did like triple everyone's damage. Because we didn't train him enough. I was just cucking the rogue too hard. Ellie is really, really good. Alright, rematch. I haven't really pushed rank 1 on anything else. I usually get bored of my ult within 100 games. And I never really finish gearing them. But now it's so convenient to gear and so fast to level. And I just want more variety from my stream. I kind of want to go full peekaboo spin the wheel mode sometimes, you know? In case Sub Rogue gets gutted. Because I'm so bored of playing Outlaw and Asa all the time. Like, it feels like the last 4 expansions in a row has been me playing Asa and Outlaw against my will. So it's like, if they're just not going to let Sub be consistent. Right now, Sub's great. But this is like to prepare for what's going to happen to Sub. And it just makes me a better player for tournaments and stuff. I reflected that. It feels bad. Sucks because I pressed every button here, but... Might be dead here. I have all my offensives, I just haven't gotten to play. Liked UA. Didn't have reflect for 1 second. Might die here. I have a Rager Gen in like 1. Bean actually died. That's crazy. Yeah, I feel like the Affliction is just topping damn even while being trained, actually. Maybe it is Shaman Ghost. He's kiting too much, and I'm like sitting D-stance too much. Sub's good even with 30-second kidney. Yeah, Sub is low S. It's only really worse than like DK and Warrior. My damage is kind of low in this matchup though. The lock's kiting me a lot. I probably should like play like Piercing Howl or something to keep him slowed better. Yeah, they also nerfed Gouge CD and Gouge Duration and Vanish Duration. Gouge is a 3-second. Alright, I'm gonna queue some other shit though for a bit. Paymon's getting off. Can log back on some Rogue for a bit. It is for like really badass Rogues. It's kind of like a meme to say it's a buff, but it generally does hurt a lot. It makes some kind of goes for like CC way clunkier. I want the Feral for a bit. I don't think I honored the mage out yet, did I? Yeah, I use modifiers on the side buttons too, yeah. I have my whole keybind list on the Discord. Yeah, I haven't honor geared it out yet. Okay. I'll keep some rope for a bit. I don't know why I can't kill this rep ally. Is it just because I finished the world quest? It doesn't let me kill my own faction? No, he's Horde. Oh, I am Horde too, yeah. Normally you can cross faction in there. But I guess it's because I completed the world quest that doesn't let me cross faction. Yeah, Orc is still really huge and so is Night Elf. If you intend on playing any Asa or Outlaw, you should be Night Elf. And if you want to just class NV sub versus sub, Orc is probably better than Human. Because 5k attack power is insane in Season 1. Sure, sub build is in the talents command. If you want to just do exclamation point talents. Try to DFA coil. Vanish the haunt. Gouge the soul rot. Vanish the haunt again. Nothing he can do. I'm using that font and the one in Bartender as well. So just like having Bartender already has like its own native font. So you need a combination of that font folder and you need to use the Bartender action bar add-on. And it'll kind of combo to look like this.
No, dance should always have nothing macro to it. You can maybe put sap in your dance randomly, but that's about it. Symbols and T can go together as long as you have symbols on its own. And then blades can have everything but T. Like you can put like on use and like symbols and orc and everything in your blades. You just go to import export, paste all the random letters, and you hit import. Boom. And you go to plates and you do the same because they're two different add-ons. Yeah, you just click the drop down thing, go to import export, paste all the random letters that are on my Discord, and then you click import and you're done. And then you do the same for Better Blizz plates because they're two different add-ons. Boom. I mean, you're wasting a lot of energy regen if you do that. Because you can, like, kind of symbols and everything, like, after the stunts. Also, if there's any other, like, talents, like, if you do go symbolic, which I'm lingering 99% of the time. Right now, I'm just, like, testing the damage difference. Because there is a bug. And even with the bug, lingering is still better. But the bug right now is that, this also gets applied by Shiv. Because Shiv is how you're supposed to activate it for Asa. So you can kind of get two symbolics. And the only reason I'm like testing it this way is just because I want to see what the maximum of this possible is. It's just 99% of the time, if you were playing symbolic with only one of them, and you were doing your rotation properly, you'd have to hold the symbols until like the end of your combo, and you wouldn't symbols the first Evis or the secret tech. Unless you did like a shitty Evis before the rupture, and then you like dance rupture secret into that way you could like symbols the secret and everything, but in general, even with two symbolics, it's still worse than lingering. Because this just has so much synergy with Dark Brew for Rupture. And with all of the Deathstalker talents on this and this and this. And, yeah. In the opener, it's like a couple globals in. I do like Shadow Strike, Kidney, Shadow Strike, Dance, Rupture. Then I pop all my modifiers. And then I could do like Sepsis, Evis, Re-Cheap Shot, Secret, Re-Cheap Shot, Re-T Evis. I don't have an opener command or anything like that though, but kind of looks like this usually. Shadow Strike, Kidney. Obviously it wouldn't be 6 seconds. Restun,
Secret. Now I have Darkest Night, Restun, T Abyss. You also could do Shadow Strike Rupture, and then Shadow Strike Dance Kidney. You only really open with Cheap Shot if you're like fake opening and you're just expecting to get peeled and you want to go someone else. Like you want to go an Ardruid, but he's like hiding in stealth. And you just open with like Cheap Shot Rupture Strike, and then the Ardruid comes out and you swap the Ardruid with like Step Kidney, and then a lot of other ways too where you can get smoother openers too without screwing over your stacks is like in Rogue Mage 2s, if you're like pre-CCing the kill target with like Sap or Gouge or Dragon's Breath, you could just like go Cheap Shot the healer and then Step Kidney the kill target. Because Cheap Shot will give you full points with pre-med. And then it could just be Cheap Shot healer, Kidney kill target, Shadow Strike, start your go. Nah, you don't need to cancel Aura Subterfuge. Even if you have Subterfuge, you can dance. You can overlap them. I don't even have a dance macro right now. I used to have like a no stealth dance, but there are times where you have to overlap it in Subterfuge now. Since you do Subterfuge so much more often now. Do you prefer ambush rolls or Shadow Strike? What do you mean by rolls? I mean like the sound effect? I've always preferred the ambush sound effect if I modded the sounds, but the problem is you Shadow Strike so much more than you press ambush back then, so it kind of devalues the sound of ambush if it's just going off constantly. It's not something you pool like 2 or 3 big ambushes that kill someone, you know? It's like every other global is a Shadow Strike almost. Got my Rupture. Get my Finality ready. Focus Coil. Big T symbolic Darkest Night with Finality. Blind Rogues on his Trinket. I got jagged. Thank you so much, Dr. Jag. And it's at 17 for the day. What I'm here for. Yeah, I'll try to make a burst command eventually. But yeah, I'll type it out right now manually. Yeah, the main benefit of that is like your blades is so late in the combo that you're not like committed yet. And if they trinket, you just don't need the blades because you already got CDs for free. And then if they peel you, you didn't blades, so you don't like feel like pressured into having to like trinket aggro or anything. So people like outplay themselves by thinking they're outplaying you. It's kind of like what Houghton would do in Dragonflight, how he would always just fake open and people would just peel him on air. But now you're just forced into it. Because if you do like a cheap shot and then Shadow Strike, then the global of cheap shot itself... Oh, I typed kidney twice. That meant to be cheap shot, my bad. Yeah, it's Dance Rupture. My bad. I typed it wrong. Yeah, my mind is melted. I've done so many BGs and scrims, it's ridiculous. Because I've just been playing like 6 to 10 hours a day. Pop blades in the beginning? Not really. Because it buffing like the Shadow Strike and the Stun Global doesn't do much. And it just gives them more weak or a car alarm time to like peel you when you haven't committed yet. Like if you get them to panic trinket the opener and you didn't use any CDs yet, you already won the 1v1. Use my secret as the last stack of Edge Darkest Night or whatever. I didn't really need to send the Giant Abyss into wall. Could have swapped DK, but... As long as he doesn't grip me, I can kill JK, he grips me. My warrior just did no damn. But I also just shouldn't have sent damage into wall. He just walled and healed himself. I needed to just swap. I thought my warrior would do more and we'd kill through it, but... That enhanced did 17 million healing. He did more healing than damage. He did 17 million healing, 8 million damage. You're back though. I'll be here for Q. Like a glove. A full pre-base? I mean, if you get enough Valor Stones to just upgrade all the Honor gear, you're basically heroic geared, right? Because upgrading the heroic gear would take more than just Valor Stones. You'd need the actual crests and stuff. And I think that's better than heroic item level, right? So I think heroic's like 70 something. I guess there's the opportunity cost of just upgrading the heroic gear, but... And getting the crest to do that. But yeah, there's no way I'm doing PV. Unless there's something really cool from it. Literally just Valor Stones, no crests. And you get them from just doing PvP or World Quest or any type of content. But like upgrading it doesn't affect it in PvP at all. It just affects like the World Quest item level. I've just almost fully upgraded all the PvP gear just out of like spam queuing because I've done like 7 or 8 honor caps already by now. Waiting on them to open first. Is the spell. Do I know what I'm going to craft first? Not really yet. That was flop, I think. Yeah, you just go into Better Blues plates, not frames, and you go to nameplate auras and just check. Show debuffs. After Strike Kidney, I can use Dance Sepsis Rupture. I would strike Dance Rupture. That way you're making use of the first dance. Dancing at like half combo points. And then you can Blades after the Rupture, if you didn't get peeled yet. Yeah, Kidney is 30. And the duration is hard capped at 5. And Gouge is 3. Go on the more undergood mage. DFA the DB. But like, see, if I had like already pre-macroed everything, I would have been like CC'd on my entire blades there. But I didn't like commit until it was like already like good. Because you don't need to commit. They're hard to learn. It's one of the harder melee, yeah. Asta's a lot easier. I left between Q if you're here, Flop. Just habit. Normally that's because I was mining on my warrior, but... Sub's really good. It's like low S. DFA's meta? Not really. It's just I wasn't going to get smoke bomb value and I didn't need disarm. Yeah, sub always gets nerfed. That's why I'm like playing a bunch of other classes. To be like more tournament ready. Because I don't really enjoy Asa and Outlaw anymore. I'm just too bored of them. So I'd rather just play other classes if after sub gets nerfed. And I just also want to be more tournament viable, so... So I intend on playing a lot of Feral, a lot of Warrior, maybe a couple casters. It's just so much easier to level and so much easier to multi-class. And like, it's so much easier to cap your alts too. So it's just like, the quality of life is so high, there's no excuse to just play a spec you hate just because it's the class you love. But hopefully Sub Rogue stays good for once, for one expansion. The last expansion where Sub Rogue was consistently good, the entire expansion was like, as like the best way to play at like a tournament level was Mists of Pandaria 12 years ago. WoD combat ended up being better, but Sub was still really good the whole time. Legion, Sub was good like the first 80%, then like Outlaw took over. BFA was just pure Asa. Shadowlands, Sub was good most of it, pretty much all of it except for the very, very end. Outlaw got better. But, like, you know, it went back and forth. But it's just, I'm so bored of, like, having to play Outlaw and Asa because of some PvE meta, almost every other meta. And, like, Sub being good, like, 1 month in expansion, it feels like. And it's just, it's boring. I almost never get Sub mirrors ever. It's pretty extinct. But, like, it's really good right now. But you know, it makes me think it won't last because people just hate queuing into it so much. It's just Outlaws 2 RNG and it's boring playing a tank spec that has no burst. And then Asa just doesn't even try to CC. You're just a melee affliction lock with no hype moments. Outside of maybe an occasional AoE grow. In every game you're just praying, hey, did the enemy team stack up? Can I spam Fan of Knives, Crimson Tempest the entire game? Or am I useless? And it's just boring that that's what it's come to. Sub is like the only one where it feels like there's an actual strategy or interactiveness and you're doing things consistently. And, you know, you can burst and, you know. We got McDonald's. Thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate it. 7 months in a row. Hell yeah. Very good show. I haven't been to a show in so many years. I'm jealous. Shit's just too expensive nowadays. I know I'm a boomer because I'm like 30 now, but like when I was a kid, like when I was like 12 to 16, You could go see like 10 really, really good bands for like $20. And I'm not even saying just like a YOLO thing. Like you can get like, you know, ticket seats like where they just played a venue at a farm, like at Fear Farm or something. And you'd go and see like a whole bunch of A-list bands like Deftones, Korn, Godsmack. They'd have a lineup of like 30 people at a festival for like $20. Nowadays it's like, that's not even a beer. Like I haven't been to a show in so long. I was gonna see Polyphia right before COVID happened, and then it got canceled, and then I still haven't gone to a show in like probably almost 10 years. But early on, I got to see some of the best shows of all time, so I don't know how I top what I've seen anyway. Because I've seen Deftones a few times, they were great. I've seen Tool. Can't complain. Oh, I tried to duel before the life came in there. Feels bad, man. I kill this guy as soon as I get over there. If I can ever move. Spoiler, I can't. And then I just get immediately gripped and ring appeased. Okay, I just have to... Sucks that I still need to do one more finisher to finish my stacks. And then I just get coiled. Bro, I just want to play with literally one global, man. Guess I'm gonna Blades without Dance, even though it's terrible. Or Marks. Tried to DFA's port, but I didn't get it. I might just die because I aligned him a little bit on that step. That sucks. A PV? No, I don't play PV. They're gonna play a lock? I want to. They seem really busted. Replacing the second kidney with Rupture? Yeah. Modifiers like Blades, T, symbols, everything. Can I not? You like CC'd the entire game? Swapping JK, I get leg sweeped.
3 walls air. After the sphere, I can do really big damage. Revivals. Waiting till after to send the big nuke. Life cocoons for 7 million. Now I swap someone else. I might actually just be dead here randomly. Offensively duel not to die. I have proc and all of my damage if I can get there, but I'm just gonna get coiled and gripped and asphyxiated on it, but maybe I do just send DK. Rating leg swept, but Locke's having too much fun. Go back healer in a sec. Okay, I just get disarmed. Lock walls aggro. I had a gouge in 1 second into a kidney, but I got microed instead. Gouge into a kidney. He just solos the lock for me. Can the guy's trinket? He solos the lock for me. Nice. God, I'm in so much micro CC and change device. I can't move the whole game. Yeah, you go verse master race both of them. GG's, man. You're not letting me move. You're doing good coils. DK's really annoying with the grips. And the asphyxiates and the disarms and the ring of pieces. I feel like everything is on me. I can't move. You guys are peeling well. Two honor daggers. I just upgrade them even though it doesn't do anything for PvP. I want to make a guide. I've just been working on it. I just don't have that much time with how much time I've been streaming and then, you know, spending time with my girlfriend and stuff because we live together. And I'm bad at editing, but I'm trying to work on one gradually here and there. It's just I don't have that many hours.
Pretty much only work on it on my day off. Even then, it's usually just other shit I gotta do, Costco, and, you know, other errands and stuff. Kill the totem for a crit buff. Big crit. Got turtle. Oh. He double killed the other two, I guess. Okay. Just buy anything with verse mastery on it. To build enough combo points for first dance to fill out your bar. Sepsis only gives you 1 point. Also, Sepsis doesn't work with pre-med, which is kind of annoying. And you want blades to line up with Sepsis too. You don't want to like Sepsis before the blades. The enemy arena frames are just S Arena. I barely change them. You just go to the Zaryu layout, and you go to global settings, and you turn dynamics off. That's it. Sapnoli number 1, Sapnoli number 2. Cheap shot the last null. Get a hex out of it, love to see it. Cloak aggro for coil. Need to move my Deathstalker mark so I can blind, otherwise it would just break. Get the hex. It's the S Arena updated 2 by Sammers or whatever one. Do you strike kidney? You have 2 combo points left. First dance. You just can't fit a Sepsis in there too. And you want the blades to modify the Sepsis. It doesn't snapshot, I don't think. You should just get a 3 combo point Shadow Strike into 4 combo points from dance. So you should be at 7. I still don't get what you're saying, though. Strike Kidney spends all of your combo points from pre-med. And then you subterfuge Shadow Strike again, and then you dance. And then you should be at 7 again. And you have a second pre-med. And then you can pop all your modifiers if they didn't CC you yet. Should dance subterfuge? Yeah. It's all on my weak aura list. There should be a weak aura channel with a Google Doc. And it should just be the one that says rogue buffs. So we're gonna be nerfed soon? I hope not. Otherwise, I probably don't really have any interest in playing Asa and Outlaw all the time. I'll just play other classes more. I'm just so bored of playing the PvE rogue specs. If I could just play a PvE class instead. I think there's a lot of specs that are better than sub rogue. It's just we're triple rank ones, smurfing and skirmishes. So obviously it's gonna be one-sided. And I'm like crazy gear with all the expensive enchants. And Orc is a lot more damage to you. You can just spam Crimson Tempest and Phantom's Knives. You don't have to think that much about your comp points. Fury will still be God mode. The nerfs aren't in until the 3rd. But there's builds where you don't even play Odin's. So if you just count it as just like 15% off Thunderous Roar, you lose a couple 100k damage and that's it. They didn't touch the self-healing. You can still enrage your gen while stunned. So it's still immortal. Still has some of the best honor talents with like the double intervene and all that. Still a really, really busted spec. Probably still the best melee by a mile, not even close. Nerf changes nothing. I'm pumping on my warrior, and I'm like trinketing fears that I can circle rage and shit. Completely lost, and I'm still like doubling everyone's down. It's crazy. I tried it, because I put that on there, but I don't recommend it. It's really buggy. Any cast sequence macro is super buggy in Arena. So, like, the problem is, like, if you ever accidentally repress it during T in that 5-second window, it will reset the 5-second CD every time you attempt it. So, like, if you press it and then retry to T 3 seconds later, you have to wait 5 again. And then you try it again 3 seconds later, you have to wait 5 again. And you could lock yourself out of T for, like, ever. You could try putting, like, the reset timer at, like, 2 or 3 to see if you bug it out less. But in general, it's just, you gotta be mindful of it. You just shouldn't use cast sequence macros. They bug out too much. But I had that in my Discord for a while because I was like trying to make it work, but cast sequence macros in general are just super jank. At like trying to get them to like reset naturally if you don't like complete the whole loop. Definitely number one. I shouldn't have teed here. But it's not like an edge of night combo or anything. Like here, teeing is fine. The blades macro at the end line. There's still moments where you might like re-tee though before the blades, and then like blades, I don't know, and then it's just always risky because there will be one moment where you accidentally double tee and screw yourself. And if you're just only teeing whenever you have blades, you're never gonna use enough tee. Or you'll get in the habit of just like pressing T or pressing like blades on goes where you don't even have blades, and then just accidentally T like a non-good go or something. Like it should just kind of be its own thing. So just kind of so you line it up with Darkest Night better. IRLT, yeah, I mean, it's a big buff. Trying to get that off, feels bad. Striker at 2 comp points? You should be at 3. And even then, you only need the kidney at 5. Kidneying at 5 is the same thing as kidneying at 7. It's just you get more energy regen and more cooldown reduction kidneying at 7. But 5, 6, and 7 comp point kidney are all 5-second duration. Well, you have no other choice, and it's usually good. Because if you give people reaction time and they react for no reason when you haven't committed anything, it's fine. If they pre-wall or pre-disarm you, you didn't press anything. And if they trinket a kidney, you didn't even blades. That's perfect. It literally just gives people a window to outplay themselves. It's not even, you know, because they think they're outplaying you or something, and it's not the case. I opened with Shadow Strike Kidney and used Dance Sepsis. Shadow Strike Kidney and used Dance Sepsis. You'll be at 5. But it's just bad to do that. Because if you do get peeled, now your Sepsis isn't going to line up with your blades, and your Sepsis is going to do way less damage because you don't have blades with it. And there's going to be like more weak auras and stuff for them to want to peel it. And you wouldn't have gotten the Macabre stack from it if you did it before the dance too. Their car alarm is not going to peel, you know. Doesn't really matter. You just get more energy regen and more cooldown reduction to kidney at 7. You don't need to kidney at 5. It's still worth. You're overthinking it. That's fine though. Because they're going to be at 7 for both finishers. Doing a 7-point kidney is completely fine. Doesn't really matter. It never matters if you overspend or underspend. Obviously in a perfect world you always want to overspend. It's just more energy regen, more cooldown reduction. If you're getting good shadow technique procs and like blades and pre-meds. But yeah, you also could just ramp harder and do, like I said, Shadow Strike Rupture, Shadow Strike Dance Kidney. And if when you're bladesing, Sepsis puts you at 6 instead of 7 because you don't have a Shadow Technique proc, that's fine. Doesn't really matter. It's like the Abyss where you don't have Finality and Darkest Night anyway. Yeah, you'd pretty much always line Sepsis and Blades up together. Especially because like the goes where you would want a Sepsis where you wouldn't have Blades randomly if they ever desynced would feel extra shitty because Sepsis doesn't work with pre-med. So it only gives you 1 comp point. So you kind of need Blades with Sepsis to like fit it in sometimes. And it just makes it do way more damage. Yeah, thank you, Dibsy, for the 5, waking me up a little bit. Sorry, there's been so many skirmishes and stuff. I want the season to start, man. I'm so excited. And for the end of Kata season as well. I need to bump 306 over wall. Basically, pre-pop modifiers, yeah. Shadow Strike, Kidney, Shadow Strike, Dance Rupture, send all my modifiers. Secret, even though I normally would put a Vis there. You can kind of do them in whatever order sometimes. Even though it's better to line the secret up later, because then the delayed damage hits with the Vis crit. Mage just solo in the ret. That. Dance Kidney here. Getting feared here, no trinket. Yeah, Fury's really easy, DK's really easy, Ellie Shaman's probably pretty easy. Frost Mage might actually not be that hard. Compared to Arcane, Arcane is way harder. Marksman Hunter might not be that hard. I mean, there's some shit they gotta do though. Asa Rogue's probably pretty easy. Yeah, mid game you don't have to pre-Shadow Strike or anything. You just already have your mark on your target usually. Or if you already have the Darkest Night proc, you could like swap with like Cheap Shot Eviscerate and that'll like apply your marks. Yeah, just pick something that's immortal and does good damage. Like 80% of the classes are S or A tier. You're only gonna have a bad time if you're like Survival Hunter, Destro, Fire Mage, Holy Priest. Maybe the Holy Priest buffs will help a little bit, but I'm not sure. Mistweaver. Like if you play those, you'll probably have a bad time. Everything else is pretty good. Boomy's not as bad as people think. DH is really good. People are sleeping on it. Fire Mage is dog shit. Beast Mastery, I've only seen like one of them, but it was like, yeah, it was not very compelling. Demo Lock is also very extinct. But fuck Demo Lock, I'm happy for that one. No, Demo is terrible. My rocket boots didn't backfire, I would have killed. Feels bad. Rogue's feeling really good. It's like S tier. I wouldn't put it above like couple classes. Like I think like warriors and DKs and Ellies and mages and locks are maybe better. And perils might be better still. But it's there. It's definitely S. For Asa and sub. I don't mind Shaman. But yeah, Demo Lock and BM Hunter don't have a place in the game for sure. But yeah, I think sub will get nerfed. And I just don't enjoy playing Asa and Outlaw anymore. So I'm trying to multi-class more. Outlaw is the weakest rogue spec. It's like A tier. It just does the same sustained damage as sub while having no burst. So like the win con is really small. You just peel and like hope your team carries you because you're tankier. Yeah, it's not a great spec. And it's just too RNG sometimes. Depends on what level of gameplay you're playing at. If you're like playing like sub gladiator, Asa's way easier to play. And then if you're playing like a rank 1 smurfing on lower rated players, sub is really like noob stompy. And then if you're playing at like the highest tournament level, Asa just has less counterplay in a lot of matchups. Because it's the PV spec. Like if people properly go orc and spread out and like use their defensives really well, it really screws sub over really hard. Yeah, for me, sub is way more fun. I just don't enjoy Asa at all, so I don't really play it. It's one of the most boring specs in the game. Like, if I'm going to play a PvE spec, I might as well just play another class that's more fun than Asa, so I'm at least doing something new. And most other PvE specs are way more interactive with way more peels and, you know, way more CC. Asa, you just tab dot everything. Because, you know, the only thing that removes your dots is blind, and it's bad to remove your dots. Because it's like tied to your cooldowns to get your big dot up. Whereas if you're running around padding, at least like an in cap on a DH or a Windwalker or something, you know, doesn't get screwed over by all the tab dots. Like the only moment you ever get to have fun on Asa is if like you blind someone and then like gouge their trinket into like an AoE Garrote or something. But it's just 99% of the game you're just looking at your parse and you're just a melee affliction lock with less interactions than other classes where they're actually, you know, intervening stuff or faking a kick to get a clone or throwing good micro CCs or just like doing good peels in general. I mean, Feral still has 20-second kidney and can triple stun people and has better burst and has Cyclone, which is the only good CC. Because people can't dispel it, and it doesn't get broken by random AoE pad. And it can deny defensives and stuff like that and healing. But yeah, most classes just have a lot of ways to peel and everything. But yeah, right now sub is still better than it was in Dragonflight, outside of like when it was really, really OP, like during like the solo shuffle tournament. It's probably still weaker than the Trill One Dance AoE build, and it's probably still weaker than like peak Calvish early season 3. But it's a lot stronger than it was the majority of Dragonflight, because your damage is a little less dogshit. You're still always last on damage, but you're only like 10 million around behind, 100 million behind the whole lobby. Which is not like getting doubled at all. Whereas in Dragonflight you were getting doubled or tripled if the game wasn't over in the opener. And now you're generally not even 1.5 times. You're like 20 to 30% behind. instead of being literally like a disc priest. So I would say it's a lot better, even with the kidney nerf and the gouge nerf and the vanish duration nerf, and the rotation being clunkier with the hero talents. Like, pre-med was a huge buff, and then 6-second subterfuge was pretty huge. Weird because my Sepsis and Blades aren't going to line up here. And I'm kind of dance charge starved. Now I was killing the mobs, but he dies anyway. Double Dagger is just more energy regen and combo point procs. Oh yeah, there's definitely a lot of little intricacies and stuff you have to pad. And even if you pad it all, you're generally not top damage unless there's a gigantic rating discrepancy and gear discrepancy where you're just kind of smurfing. Like if I play like a tournament player level lobby, generally Shadow Priests and Mages and DHs and Warriors and DKs and Locks and Ellies and Warlocks are gonna basically be... If I'm at 40 million, they're at like 50 to 70 million, and if the whole lobby, the top damager is like 350 to 400, I'm probably at like 280. Which, that's not nearly as bad as it was in Dragonflight, to be fair. Locks and Warlocks, my bad. It's just hard to list that many things, because it's like literally the whole roster of the game. Except for maybe I can outdamage a Feral, even though Ferals are really good. Maybe I can outdamage a Windwalker, usually not. I can outdamage an Ogvoker. Broke your Vanish there. Probably summon Charhound. It bug pulls rogues out really far. I think this quest is bugged. Critical Quail? Oh, that was so close. Yeah, but Enhanced literally does like twice as much healing as it does damage. I've seen Enhanced do like 17 million healing and like 8 mil damage in some games. It can heal. You try just pressing your buttons harder? Yeah, I mean, I log on any other class and I'm like, top damn. Even like leveling my DH in like Season 3 gear at like 490 item level, I was doing like double my DPS of my rogue, even after the leveling nerf. I was like easily doing 600k DPS doing the rotation wrong in like Season 3 unenchanted gear. Night Elf is better if you intend on playing any Asa or Outlaw. And it's good to have both. Like, Night Elf sub is still really good for a lot of things. Like, getting off Nullifying versus Dragon and stuff like that. It's just Orc is more damage. And it's, like, good in, like, Rogue versus Rogue class envy.
Disc almost out damaged the other rogue. Yeah, streams have been going good. I just hope this wave doesn't burn out before the season even starts. 'Cause 2.5 weeks is a long time of like kind of smurfing. But I'm really excited for ranked and everything to happen. Yeah, we've been pumping. It's going good. It's nice being on a new content train. Middle of seasons are just brutal for PvP. If you don't just like go switch to SOD or whatever the newest thing came out. Or Hardcore Part 27. Solid season of Mastery of Vanilla, Electric Boogaloo 30, you know, like. It's just like a pure Arena Andy, it's brutal. I feel like Peekaboo's the only one that's like crazy enough to like make Arena do that well. Like consistently without doing anything else. Not going full like Grayson or Zaryu like variety. Because like even Sea-Doo is like half like PvE, random, vanilla, classic, you know, SOD stuff. I think it was already kind of pre-planned. I didn't really know about it. I helped Zara last time though with the whole like dual prep for the whole him versus Pika intel thing, but I was the Blitz. I watched like some of the PvE stuff while I was like waiting for the Blitz, and then the Blitz took so long that I kind of gave up waiting for it. Mage should always win the 1v1. It's not even close. They just do 2 snowdrifts and they win. And they're immortal. Even with a pillar. Like, the only way you can win is if, like, you play Outlaw in Dragonflight. I don't think there's a way to win now. And you hard damp with, like, Drink Up Me Hardy and Iron Stomach. And you perma range class them at the pillar. And just basically play healer rogue. The only hope right now is you like rush them down during hypo somehow. And you get a billion like Stepsis teleports. Like that are just relying on a bug to randomly Shadow Strike teleport you constantly. It's like your only win con. I mean, a lot of mages are really bad because Frost is so fodder right now because it's actually the best caster. And Frost is the easiest mage spec to play compared to Arcane. So it's like possible to beat the bad ones. Yeah, anyone that's like good and just snow drifts and properly uses their blinks, there's not much you can do to them. You pretty much have to like run them down and just double vanish aggro, have every single CD and just step to them like 20 times in a row. Versus their like 6 blinks. Like, it's literally a Dragon Ball Z duel of you both stepping and blinking like every other global. And then, yeah, you have to Zug them down in like less than 30 seconds. Otherwise they just out cooldown trade you. Like alter time is a really short CD. Alter time is crazy, yeah. Yeah, I have a talents command as well if you just want the link to it.
think I bugged that quest out. Because it was stuck at 84% even if I did it, and then when I abandoned it, I don't see where to re-get it. Weird. I like it, but you don't have to if you want to save the gold. It's pretty side grade because of the agility. But yeah, I would buy crit over haste. Haste is terrible for sub. I don't think WoW has ever been balanced in any season ever. I used to say season 15, but no. There's no such thing as a balanced WoW season ever. It's like intentionally imbalanced by design to make people re-roll and spend more money or something. I would say the least worst balanced season of all time was the most dead season of all time, season 10. No one played the season at all because everyone sat rating because of a bug. So everyone had like 3,500 MMR from season 9 being bugged, where if you left the game, you wouldn't lose MMR, but you would lose rating. So everyone would just leave every game, never lose MMR, and everyone would just be 4K MMR. Rampant, the whole ladder. And everyone was super high rated for their titles in Season 9. And then Season 10, the whole next season later, Blizzard has this genius idea of, hey, MMR is kind of fucked. Let's reset everyone's MMR, but not reset their rating. And then everyone just sat high rating the entire season, and even if you had like a 99% win rate, you couldn't get rank 1. Or Glad. So everyone sat rating the entire season, but the balancing actually was good. I had like a 90% win rate to get Glad that season. Playing like Roguelock Priest. And I think that was probably one of the more balanced seasons. It's just nobody played the game. Like 90% of the ladder just sat because it was impossible to push. And then I would say after that, Season 15 if you take out Lock Shaman. Maybe Season 14 is more balanced than Season 15. Because Lock Shaman hadn't fully taken over yet. That also was just the player base not being as adapted to like how truly broken like Hunter Lock and stuff was. Like HLS just literally 40-second instant CC chains you, nothing you could do about it. Instant cast Blood Fear into Wyvern, into Half Trap, into Silencing Shot, into like another DR random scatter, into another instant cast Fear that's back off DR. There's literally nothing you could do about it. Have I played any Outlaw? On the beta, I played some, but I don't really enjoy it. Yeah, Dorothy, yeah. And there was a few other really lame comps, too. But it's a contender. And then BFA is a complete no-go zone. I think Legion Onward kind of ruined the class design into what these perma PvE metas we keep seeing. WoD, the gameplay had potential, there just wasn't enough comps. Because Druids were too broken all of WoD. So like WoD was just literally like RMD versus Turbo the entire expansion. So I would say Kata and Mop were the closest. And Mop at least didn't have PvE gear. But it's just the class design in Mop got a little too stupid. Like in hindsight, I used to always say Mop was my favorite. But I really don't like Burst of Speed and Paralytic Poison and Nimble Brew and Monks getting a bubble every time they get stunned. With the 100% mischance dematerialize thing on Mistweaver. But at least Mop doesn't have PvE gear. Yeah, I can't think of a single season where there's not something like completely ruining the game. But I guess I would kind of lean more towards WoD too. It's just there wasn't that much comp variety. So it was more of just I was biased because I was the one ruining the game in WoD. So like most people would say season 15, but my answer is like season 10. I don't think so, Muck. Right now it's just kind of auto playing, but I do like a lot of math rock and like progressive metal in general. But I listen to everything. Sometimes I'm listening to like drum and bass. Sometimes I'm listening to like trance. I mix up the genres every couple days. Just depends on my mood. But I'm glad you're loving it. Yeah, Thieves Bargain is mandatory. Even if it was a 20% penalty, it would still be needed. Otherwise, you just don't out cooldown trade people, and that's like your whole win condition. Yeah, you drop bomb for disarmed. Writing music's important, yeah. Got a request song? I don't really do song requests, mostly because it has to, for one, it has to be Spotify, otherwise I get copyright with how I mute my VODs and how I mute YouTube. And then for two, it's just, some people ruin things for everyone, and I don't, you know, I'm not saying I don't trust you, but like some people might give me like a sketchy song link or something, and then on top of that, I already get enough variety just having the playlist like on shuffle, and it's like sometimes I'll like bookmark people's ideas to like check out after the stream, but then I kind of like forget after, but and just kind of scout out songs to add to the playlist. I just have trust issues and shit, you know, so. But there's a couple reasons. Better Blizz Frames is the majority of my my UI. It's the party cast bars, it's the dark mode, it's the combat indicator with the swords if they're in combat. It's the hide minimap in arena. It's the old school combo points. I have the import for it on my Discord. It's the majority of my UI though. Yeah, the thing is, to take Reprimand, you basically nerf your Eviscerate in half, nerf your Rupture in half, and potentially energy starve yourself. Now, you can mitigate that by sacrificing only 300k Kyrian damage to just still play Deathstalker Kyrian. But, it's just not worth it.
Hopefully it doesn't die, but can't apply my marks because he already had them up, I guess. Did so many Shadow Strikes there. That's what's weird. If there's like double Sub Rogue, it messes up getting up your marks. So I guess if you're in a shuffle and there was double Sub Rogue, it'd probably be smart for one of you to just go Trickster. Just so it doesn't like bug out. But Trickster, I guess, nah, it's still terrible because you'd break all the CC. So it's better that one of you is just bugged out and does no damage. Can't vanish Shadow Strike teleport. Yeah, that's been weird since its inception for like multiple expansions, even such Shadowlands sometimes. It's like if you just try to do it too fast on someone that's like max range on like a mage, sometimes you just do a range Shadow Strike and you just get comma points and it doesn't teleport you. That's been a bug for like half a decade at this point. I don't know what like makes that reoccurring, because it doesn't always happen. Honored devoted. GG, man. I'm bumped. Got Ross. Clone. Remember CDs. Book the Final Reckoning, I guess, and the Binding Shot. Got Turtle now, too. Out of action. Every time I try to accept the changes, it says it could not complete race change. Normally it tells you the error. It's like something's in your mailbox or there's a few other things it could be. But usually it tells you. That's weird. I would need to know more because that's kind of vague. Rogue's really good right now. Asa and Sub are both S. It's not as good as like Warrior, DK, Feral, Ellie, Mage, but like it's up there. It's probably above DH. And then A tier is kind of like the Boomies and Windwalker and Survival. And I think that's about A tier. And then B tier is like Survival. And the only specs in the game that are bad are like Demo Lock, Fire Mage. Enhance got some buffs. But I think it's probably like A or B now instead of like F. Because it does crazy healing, I feel like. And the damage isn't last. But it still doesn't have like mobility or like Mortal Strike. I think Ellie will still be really good. Do you have an Asa build? No, I don't really play Asa. It's too boring. I don't know. Warrior and Mage are kind of like the difference of like S+. Because otherwise you have to put half the game at B tier instead of putting half the game at A tier. If you just kind of have like S+ God mode, and then like S really good, and then like A can become S with like one buff. And then B is like, is pretty bad, but you can make it work if you're sweaty. And then like C is basically F. And that's basically what Demo and stuff are. I mean, that's basically how everyone's tier list worked. You either get Lontar's or anyone's. Because otherwise you don't have an excuse to put Sub-Rogue in S tier and cry about it. And rogues are humble enough to just go along with getting themselves nerfed. Nah, I would say it depends on the matchup. Like, obviously, like, mirror matchup Sub could be better. But a lot of types of comps and matchups, especially like tournament level, Asa just has less counterplay. If you just turn your brain off in PvE. But if you're gonna do that, why not just turn your brain off in PvE on a different class? But yeah, Waz is doing crazy damage on Asa. And it's just easier to play at the low end too. Like Sub is more of just like a noob stomping spec. Which goes really good in like an unranked, you know, skirmish fiesta where you're just smurfing on people, but... Yeah, you can make Sub or Asa work. I would just say Outlaw's pretty mid. Outlaw's like A. Because it does the same damage as Sub-Rogue, but it has no burst. Like, it's more mobile and it's more tanky, but it's just 2 RNG and it doesn't do anything. And it's just, yeah, Outlaw's not great. But you can still try to micro CC really similar to how you'd play Sub.
Talents. I mean, I have a talent command for it. You can just look in the paste bin. But yeah, this is the gold standard build. The only points you can kind of move around are generally, like, you can kind of do this and not play Shiv. Or you can drop Rush setup if you think your energy's good. But, yeah. I've been experimenting with Feint a little bit. Just because I feel so immortal with this game pacing, unless I'm, like, scared of another sub-rogue or something. Especially as an orc, because I'm, like, tankier as orc. The reason why Feint is usually terrible compared to Cheat Death is because most classes burst with AoE damage because the game is like Diablo Craft AoE focused. So a lot of the cooldowns in the game, you can still get crazy damage reduction from Feint even if you're playing Cheat Death anyway. Like all the secret techs, mage stuff usually. A lot of the dragon stuff. A lot of warrior stuff. A lot of DH stuff. Some boomy stuff. Like, there's just a lot of AoE in general in the game that people burst with, so, like, even if you're playing Cheat Death, Feint still has some value. Because the AoE part is baseline, regardless of the... And then the raw, no matter what, Feint portion is, like, only 20%. So, so Cheat Death is generally just more insurance against not dying in stuns if you don't pre-Feint something. He blocked my stacks off, so it's kind of clunky. He broke my shit, so he's gonna get the vanish off and reset. If he didn't break my shit, we would have killed there. I got him out though, so we're chilling. Vanish before he stuns me. Book the DB. No, it doesn't drop full items. It's just like 150 honor and the green things. There is a different chest that spawns every 6 hours. Right now it's at 2 p.m. and 8 p.m. I believe. And it could spawn either here, down here, or here. And it's called Unspoiled Victories. I can link you the Wowhead for it. And this one could potentially have a socket. But there's no indicator of what zone it's going to spawn in. But, about 5 hours ago on stream, if you want to find that, around 2 p.m. server time on the VOD, I almost got it. I was a couple seconds from missing it. Because I was in a group with people, and they were, like, the correct spot, and I wasn't. So I had, like, a 3-minute window to fly there, and I missed it by, like, a couple seconds. But then you can kind of see what it looks like. But it spawned in ringing, like, 5 hours ago. Or, yeah. So maybe it'll proc again in an hour. And I can maybe get a socket from it. And then I can get the damage reduction gem. Because I don't think the get kited melee auto attack one is that good. Propellize the front. I mean, that's like your opinion, man. In real threes, nah. Lingering is always more value. Symbolic can be value if you're just running around BGing, trying to like one-shot people. Just because it's also bugged. So if you shiv, it also applies it, I've learned. But even with being able to double symbolic to actually kind of still be able to symbolic the Darkest Night finality one, instead of wasting it on the first Evis, because it only affects one Eviscerate. It's still worse than Lingering. Because Lingering just has so much modifiers for Hunt Them Down and Corrupt the Blood and Clear Witness and just Dark Brew Rupture in general and like Secret Tech. Can you send Realm Cross Realm? Yeah. And you can like withdraw and deposit it from your Warband bank as well. Got triggers a blunt. Like enchant called? It's like Storm something. I can go double check it for you though. I should probably buy the boot enchant too, if it's not too overpriced. Stormbound armor kit. Yeah. Also, bandages are super OP. So it's okay to buy the silver ones since they're way cheaper, 3 gold each. Because basically, this 3.3 million versus 2.5 million on the bandages is the same amount per tick. It's just how long the bandage goes for. So if you have a rank 3 bandage, it's over 8 seconds instead of over 6. But they both tick for the same amount. But yeah, it's 500k a tick, 520k a tick of bandage. But they both will do 520k a tick. You just get like 2 extra ticks if you do a rank 3. So you can just buy the cheapo bandages for 3 gold. And if you even get 1 tick of bandage, it's like 500k, which is kind of crazy. What are you doing over here? It's Stormbound. I just moused over it. On the auction house for you. I'll look again after this game for you if you want. All you have to need to type is Stormbound, and then the rest should be there. It's like 930 agility, 895 stamina. It's like 3k gold, I think, on Tyke at least. I have 2 rogues, a mage, a feral, a warrior, a priest, and a demon hunter already. I might have forgotten one. I already said warrior, mage, feral, double rogue, priest, DH. Lock's coming soon, but... And we've already honor capped about 5 or 6 times. And we still have a week and a half. We've done so many skirms and BGs, man. Just going live 6 days a week. I haven't been pre-buying those because they're BOE and the gold price of them are tanking. Like, they used to be like 20k per, now they're 6k per. In another week and a half, these are going to be like 2k. They're not worth spending honor on, and you can just buy them if they go dirt cheap. Because they're used to craft all these gems and stuff too. But yeah, Stormbound Armor Kit. And also there's these flasks, if you didn't know about, for more honor. Weird how much worse the speed enchant to the boots is. Because it's only 250 speed. Because even Plains Runner was 250. And I feel like speeds didn't scale with item level. So it's just inherently worse. It's like 1% move speed now instead of like 3 or 4. So like there's no way you don't just pick the stamina instead. Has to be an oversight. Oh yeah, I'm capped on Valor Stones again, oops. I don't know how long I've been capped. This doesn't do anything for PvP at all. This is just for like PvE world questing item level. But I think haste for Asa, but crit for sub. Like after verse mastery. Or just upgrade all of them for fun. I mean, it's not that much more fun, but... Nah, it's a world PvP, world quest chest. Yeah, the world quest was like a week ago. It'll show up in the rotation again eventually. If not, you'll just spend bloody tokens on like the epic. Well, you wouldn't even spend because you're gonna wear tier chest. You wear 4-piece tier besides the helmet, so it's getting replaced like instantly going for your tier. But I tried to DFA the feral opening me.
And we get new trading post stuff tomorrow too. Talents? Here you go. I have a talent command too. A big of this crit when I get out of all this. Nice music choice, thanks man. Yeah, sub pumps when you're in a skirm where it's just unranked and you're just smurfing on people that never peel you for 30 seconds straight on like double vanish aggro and blades. Yeah, T is really good. Wonder how much it would cost to level leatherworking right now in War Within. Notice my cat like just tried to unplug the wireless receiver to my mouse because she was like dragging the cable of it. Bro, you're gonna fail to sit down. Outlaw any good? Nah, Outlaw's the weakest of the 3 rogue specs. Asa and Sum are both S, Outlaw's like A.
Nah, Outlaw is just 2 RNG and you don't have burst. I don't find Outlaw that fun anymore. Even if it was good, it's boring. It's just such a dampener spec. It lost too much in like season 4 of Dragonflight to recover for me. Because it became way less set up being way back to being just PvE pad and praying for good RNG. Duel, so he has to disperse instead of swapping. Honestly, it's still bad because him dispersing is still better than swapping. And this guy's IVF, and then Gouge's Trinket. Vanish, have another kick for Priest. Big Abyss crit. He's gonna swap now though, he doesn't. Big Abyss crit. What itemable, or what other working do I need? 50? Okay. Let's buy the boots pattern. I mean, honestly, I could probably just buy it with gold too. I should buy the helmet. Don't know how many of these it would take to do a helmet. Probably 5 or 6, probably, right? Be 5 for now. It's like the Trading Post Jester helmet with Tomb of Sargeras shoulders mixed with Cruel Elite shoulders. And then it's the Legion PvP enchant and the Mop PvP enchant. And then it's like some old war gear. But yeah, the whole goal is green and red, so we kind of split it up. We have red shoulders, green shoulders, red Kata dagger, and then like... So the dagger colors also match the enchant colors. It's very split down the middle. I mean, Shadowflame was also really cool in Dragonflight. This like almost is as good as Glorious Tyranny, if not better. If you miss Shadowflame too, condolences, but that's the best enchant they've done in a decade or more. I have to break that. It's a good gouge. Dungeon, you need to do the storyline on your first character. Tunnel the campaign to like 76, then do dungeons. And then your ults, you can do pure dungeons. After you unlock world quests and stuff. But yeah, the campaign's really short. And it gives you way more quests than side quests. Just don't bother with side quests. Unless there's like a specific transmog from one that you like find on Wowhead or something. And you like level an alt doing that specific quest chain in between a dungeon queue, but... in general, yeah, side quests are trash. Where's the things I bought? Forged. Aspirants. It's like an honor sync. I bought this and it didn't go to my bag. Yeah, it costs honor and you don't get to keep it. I got scammed. Unless it goes to your currency tab randomly. Because the green ones go to your bag. I'm gonna scam myself again real quick. Oh, it actually doesn't let you buy them, period. My honor's the same. Weird. Oh, it can only be purchased during an active season. I'm stupid. I thought I bought those for a second. Okay, I shouldn't even bother buying the pattern then to craft the helmet. I was thinking I could craft a 623 hit PvP helmet for a second. How you doing, Gray? I'm doing good.
Hey,
Trying to
Nash.
queue some. I was playing some
Hope you are doing good.
Warrior Pharaoh with Bean earlier. That was fun. I got burger. Gotta play with you guys. I'll heal you. I got some Disc Priest coming soon. I've leveled 8 characters and I've honor capped like 6 times already. We're playing everything. Foot coil. He doesn't do it. Oh, he does it now. I would say Disc is better, but Dragon is obviously the best. Let me return the pattern then. Yeah, Shaman's not that bad of a pick either, though. We need to get paper towels, because I know this is going to be a short queue. I was trying to have enough room on my desk. Yeah, what classes are you going to play, Graham? Or are you just going the... I still want to play some Kata. It just seems really dead right now. I almost need to tie my hair up. It's rebelling right now. Invasion the Axe Toss. Get up the Rupture. Get the Finality ready. Send the Secret. Re-T the Big Edge of Night. Or Darkest Night. Gouge that as an interrupt to be annoying. You need this guy for cross. Kick Tyrant.
I have another big Abyss crit here. Do another secret. Do another Abyss crit.
Did you get sockets? Technically, yes. There's like a chest. That can get you one. But, kind of hard to find, and it spawns every 6 hours. It's really, really annoying to get. I don't have it. But yeah, so far it's been spawning at 2 p.m. every 6 hours, so it might spawn in 30 minutes. Either up here or over here. It happened 5 hours ago on the stream at like 2:01, but I missed it by like a couple seconds. Or down here. But there's no way to know where it's going to spawn. There's no indicator until it spawns, and you have like 2 minutes to get it after it spawns. So, even dual boxing, I'm never at the right spot. You have to be in a group, and everyone has to tell you where to go, and you have to rush to get there. But yeah, the chest is not the airdrop Warzone ones. It's called, Unbound Spoils. Yeah, it's not the war mode airdrops. But yeah. It's a nightmare to get it. I've been trying for a lot and I can't get it. You still here, by the way, Gray? I'm gonna soft open with Cheap Shot Rupture. I don't normally do this, but it's just because I wasn't really planning on going, or I wanted to go the rogue. Big Abyss crit, re-tee it. Zap his vanish. Disarm him so he doesn't peel me. Try to evasion his disarm. Down he goes. But yeah, I'm starving and I'm kind of being a messy eater. And I got some IRL stuff to do because my girlfriend got off work like an hour ago. So I might kind of just call it on one more. So I can just enjoy my food and get more. Because these burgers are really good, but they are really messy. So I don't think a paper towel's enough. So I'm going to do one more skirm. And today just might be a 7.5 hour day instead of 9 hours of skirms and battlegrounds. At the end of the day, we even got some warrior games in today. We were pumping on the warrior. Maybe we'll get some feral games in later too, or some mage. We've already geared a bunch of characters. Only 7.5? I mean, we're getting there. I mean, we got some crazy donos. We got some crazy subs. We're back in the 300s. We're slowly untanking. So you loot them for free or you buy them? You can loot one a week, I think, potentially for free from that chest. But at the end of the day, you can buy those gems for dirt cheap now. It's not even worth buying and selling them. Not the sockets, but like the, because you need 2 of these Vicious Bloodstones. These used to be like 20k gold. So if you're willing to spend 12k gold, you can save 5k honor and you can get a socket for 10k instead of 15k. So I think it'll still be really good. It's still S tier, but I think it will probably get nerfed. And I'm more excited to play other classes than I am playing Asa and Outlaw. I don't really enjoy Asa or Outlaw anymore. They're just too boring. Like, even if they get OP, it's just... Rogue's not meant to be a PvE spec. So if I have to PvE to play the game, I'll just play a different class where I can actually do more stuff. Outlaw's 2 RNG, and then Asa's just 2 AoE. You don't get to do enough stuff and, like, stop people and have fun. So I'm also just multi-classing more to be ready for tournaments and stuff. But yeah, the goal is play a lot more, but obviously 80% main sub is the goal. But yeah, I'm actually like more excited about Feral than I am Rogue, if Sub Rogue gets gutted. Like FMP just seems like the new RMP nowadays. It just does more CC. Didn't know he could shockwave while disarmed, okay. Yeah, I usually get out damaged by Asa. I'm not saying it's bad. Asa is potentially even better than Sub Rogue. I'm just saying Asa is the least fun game to, or least fun spec to play in the game. There's no iconic I did something moment. You just run around, you keep everything big corroded, and that's the entire game. Occasionally, you can maybe be bad and blind your dots off and then like gouge their trinket into an AoE garrote. But it's very rare you play the game at all. And then, God forbid you get a matchup where there's bleed dispels and you just can't even press deathmark and you hold on to it the whole game. And then you just don't deathmark for 7 minutes because there's a dwarf or a dragon or a paladin or something in the game. And then the one moment you get to press it, it doesn't even kill them anyway. Like, it got a little more tolerable when it wasn't 4 poisons and you ended up having, like, Dance and Kingsbane and stuff, but it's still just a really, really boring spec. Like, even if it's good. Yeah, if you go into my WeakAura list in the Discord, there should be, like, a Google Doc for it. And just get the one that says Rogue Buffs. And then you can just delete what you don't want. But this is, like, my Slice is missing, Dance and Subterfuge, Blades... Shadow Techniques, how many extra calm points I'm going to get. And then all the modifiers. And then Clear the Witness will only proc if I don't have Blades or Dance. So it doesn't get annoying. And then, I'm not always playing Flag. But yeah. EXP boost stops at 25. WeakAura that shows the shield HP. That's not a WeakAura. That's also tied to Better Blizz frames. So Better Blizz frames and plates are like 80% of my UI. This is the party cast bars, the combat indicator, the absorb amounts, the kick reminder next to the cast bar if it's off CD, the highlighting certain buffs and debuffs to be larger and like higher priority. So like my Deathstalker debuff is always the first debuff. Well, you know, enlarged debuffs are always first, so like, it'll have prio over other stuff. So it's like easier to keep track of. Warbound is like your whole account. Even if you have WoW 1 and WoW 2, even your second account will also get it. It doesn't have to be your top 4 favorites. That's just like a cosmetic thing. Like you don't need to drag an alt into the favorites to get the bonus. It's just your whole account will have 25% XP. If you have 580s. Yeah, I got a second rogue on my WoW 2 that's Night Elf. And then we geared the second rogue, we geared the warrior, and we geared the feral. And then we still gotta gear the mage, DH, and priest. And I gotta level the warlock. But I'm kind of getting burnt out on leveling. I don't know how many more tunes I can level. But yeah. And then we also want to just stockpile some honor for sockets for fun, too. How you doing, Waldo? Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it though. GG's, guys. Tomorrow might be a late start because I got some IRL stuff to do early. I gotta run some errands and stuff, and then I have like early day plans with the grill, and then I might do a little bit of coaching for someone. So I might not be starting until like 3 or 4 p.m. So I might be like 2 hours late. But we'll run it back tomorrow, and then I'll probably still be streaming on Labor Day. I hope everyone has a good holiday, time off work, and all that. But yeah. See you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna run some ads. Peace. I'm gonna enjoy some food.